I'd like to reconvene the regular meeting of the City Council Public Financing Authority. City Clerk, may I have the roll call, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Mosher.
Here.
Councilmember Bolton.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Burns.
Here.
Mayor Vandermark.
Here.
Councilmember Strickland.
Here.
Councilmember McKeon.
Here.
Councilmember Kalmick.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Huntington Beach Police Captain Oscar Garcia.
Please stand if you're able to for the Pledge of Allegiance. Hand over your heart. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tonight's invocation will be given by Huntington Beach Police Chaplain Bob Ewing.
In humility and reflection, recognizing the weight of our words and the responsibility we carry in shaping the world around us. May we be mindful of the power our speech holds, understanding that a single word can either build up or tear down. Grant us the wisdom to speak truth with sincerity and grace, avoiding carelessness that can cause harm. Help us to bring clarity where there is confusion and peace where there is discord. Let our hearts and minds be aligned with what is good, and may our actions and words reflect this tonight and each and every day of our lives. In your most holy name, Lord, amen.
Moving on to closed session report. City Attorney, do you have anything to report from closed session?
Nothing tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Announcement of supplemental communications. Do we have any supplemental communications?
Yes, we do. Let me grab them here. For invocation, item 7, an email communication regarding the invocation. For consent calendar, item 9, a memo from myself regarding a correction to the City Council Public Financing Authority regular meeting minutes of October 1. If moved for approval, they'll be approved as per supplemental communication. Item 10, a PowerPoint presentation received from Acting Deputy City Manager Jennifer Carey regarding the proposed Twin City partnership with Ramat Gan, Israel. A letter received from Carmel Shama Hakohen, Mayor of Ramat Gan, regarding the proposed Twin City partnership with Ramat Gan, Israel. 5 email communications regarding the proposed Twin City partnership. For consent item 11, email communication regarding the proposed approval of zoning text amendment 23-002 and adoption of ordinance number 4310. Consent item 15, memorandum received from Fire Chief Scott Haberly with a revised professional services agreement with Amir Rambad Rahamian, MD, Inc., for Chief Medical Officer. If approved, it will be approved as per supplemental communication, and an email communication regarding approval of that proposed contract. For council member items, hold on. Number 19, 18 email communications received regarding the proposed Symphony of Flowers event debut, and I'll announce public hearing items at that time of the meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to public comments. Do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have 34 signed up to speak. I'm going to call the first group of 10.
I'm going to read the statement
You can
first.
read your statement first. Thanks.
Proper decorum at city council meetings is imperative in order for the public to remain informed about issues pertaining to city business. The public comments portion of the meeting is an opportunity for the public to be heard and address those issues in a public forum. Disruptive behavior, impeding, or delaying our ability to conduct the council's business will not be tolerated. California Penal Code Section 403 prohibits disrupting this meeting, and enforcement action will be taken for violations of law. At this time, the City Council will receive comments from members of the public regarding any topic, including items on the open session agenda. Individuals wishing to provide a comment may do so in person by filling out a request to speak form delivered to the City Clerk. All speakers are encouraged but not required to identify themselves by name. Each speaker may have up to 3 minutes unless the volume of speakers warrants reducing the time allowance. Please note that the Brown Act does not allow discussion or action on topics that are not on the agenda. Members of the public who would like to speak directly with a council member on an item not on the agenda may consider scheduling an appointment by contacting the City Council's administrative assistant at 714-536-5553 or emailing the entire City Council at city.council@servecity-hb.org. Speakers will have 2 minutes.
I'm going to call up the first group of 10. Bob Ewing, Barbara Richardson, Brenda, Dixie Terry, Pat Goodman, Laura Sire, Amory Hanson, Shami Dingus, Barbara Shapiro, Jan Killy, I think, or Riley Killy, Patricia Pappas. Come on down.
Okay, first speaker, you may go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Bob Ewing. Of course, I'm a 44-year resident of Huntington Beach, and I'm here for a couple of reasons. First of all, I want to commend and thank Chief Parra for the great job you've done for about a year wearing 2 different hats. That takes an exceptional man to do that, exceptional person to do that, and I thank you for that. And I also want to thank your command staff because they filled in and they did an excellent job while you were serving and wearing 2 hats. Secondly, I'd also like to commend Travis Hopkins and just congratulate him on his acting city manager position. I've known Travis for a long time, been appointed to a couple of committees and years ago, and he was doing a great job then. He's doing an even greater job now. So Travis, welcome and congratulations.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Barbara Richardson. For 114 years, City Council never had a problem with our award-winning library and its book collection until last year when our current mayor began her campaign against the library and librarians. Residents were not allowed to vote when the council majority passed a city ordinance to create a politically appointed book review committee. When it was proposed residents should be allowed to vote before library management could be outsourced, the council majority vetoed it. Why is the council majority so afraid to let residents vote on these matters if they truly believe in individual freedom, as they all claim? That is why Protect HB has written 2 library petitions for HB registered voters. 1, should a politically appointed committee have the ultimate say in what books can and cannot be in the children's library? 2, should residents' approval be required before the city can outsource library management and privatize its staff? Our library is still under threat. Our current council or future councils could enter a contract to outsource our library management, and there would be nothing residents could do about it. Until residents have the right to vote on this issue, our library is not protected. Sign the petition so these measures can be put on the March ballot. And for those who love our library, then vote for the true library supporters. Rhonda Bolton, Dan Kalmick, Natalie Moser for council, Regina Blackenhorn for city clerk, Gina Clayton-Tarvin, and Carrie Gorsuch, Ocean View School District. Measure U has nothing to do with the library. And sign the library petitions. Protect our library management from being outsourced in the future to a private company. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Shami D, and I wanted to talk about the city clerk. I think few people realize just how important the job of the city clerk is. The clerk maintains the custody of all of our official documents. They organize the city law and rules into a systemic code. They conduct municipal elections and submit ballot materials. They also operate a U.S. passport acceptance facility. And the city clerk processes all public requests for information. Huntington Beach will elect a new city clerk in November. Only one candidate, Regina Blankenhorn, has years of actual experience as a municipal employee working in both the city clerk and city manager's offices. Regina is a member of the International Institute of Municipal Clerks and California Association of City Clerks. She is endorsed by HB's former city clerks. Regina Blankenhorn is ready to do the job on day one. Her opponent, Lisa Lane, has no experience working in a city clerk's office. She's never been a city employee. The responsibilities of the city clerk are way too important to put at risk. Imagine the damage that an unqualified city clerk could do. Just use your common sense when you vote and vote for the only qualified candidate for city clerk, Regina Blankenhorn. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Amory, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Mr. Amory Hanson. I'm speaking tonight to encourage attendance at the upcoming court hearing on October 21st of Huntington Beach's lawsuit regarding the 13,000 units. This hearing will be a pivotal date in the continued fight of Huntington Beach against the 13,000 units of housing. The hearing will be held at the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, Richard Harvey Chambers Courthouse, number 125 South Grand Avenue, Pasadena. I hope others will attend, and I will be in attendance myself. No more high-density malarkey. Let's continue to fight in the hills of Orange, in the valleys of Los Angeles, and in the bridges of San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Dixie Terry. I'm the sole owner of a single-story, single-family residence with a zero lot line. I own both the house and the land on which it sits. My property, 6141 Eagle Crest Drive, Huntington Beach, is located in the master series of Seacliff Homeowners Association in the community known as Seacliff on the Greens. There are 104 homes in the master series. In February of this year, under the guise of a wood repair project, the board of directors of the Master Series Homeowners Association sent contractor Primeco onto my property. Primeco defaced and destroyed the high-quality craftsmanship of the wood structure of the front of my home. My own contractor is currently working on the front of my house to correct and replace the damage done by Primeco, including improperly installed weather paper and improperly installed flashings. This morning, another homeowner handed me a matrix dated October 3rd, allegedly prepared by the Master Series Board's attorney, distributed to all homeowners except myself. The revised matrix includes two-story, single-family owned balconies, porticos, and decks as part of the homeowner association's maintenance responsibility by improperly referring to them as restricted common area. Regardless of whose responsibility it is, why is the city of Huntington Beach not requiring permits? I'm asking for the city council's assistance in getting to the bottom of why the city community development department exempted the master series from the city of Huntington Beach permit requirements and fined me for work I did not do or authorize on my own house. I'm also asking the city why the public computers in the third floor building department contain permit information substantially different than that shown on some online portal that I heard about for the first time yesterday. How is that possible? At the September 3rd and October 1 city council meetings, the city council had an officer take my name and contact information, and told me I would be contacted regarding my concerns. It's been a month and a half. I've heard from no one.
Thank you.
Could it be my information?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Jan Keeley, and Mayor, distinguished honorable members of the City Council, I wish my city and the rest of the cities in California have an ID when you go and vote, because I travel internationally for pleasure a lot. I use my ID all the time. Whenever I go to some other places, they ask for my ID, and it is very important to protect integrity of the people who vote. that you show your ID. And I commend you what you're doing, and I hope more cities tell Sacramento to pound sand, because they really work for us, not the other way around. And they need to realize that we the people is exactly what it means. It's we the people. And they cannot just arbitrarily install their ideas and force everybody else to follow. So I commend you for what you're doing on the IDs for voting, and I wish the rest of the cities would follow it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Brenda. Huntington Beach isn't just famous for our beautiful beaches. We are also known for our city council, which has become a bit like a reality show, only with fewer Kardashians and more questionable decisions. Like the book bans, the city council decided that certain books were too spicy for our sandy shores, because who needs a good read when you can get comfy with a how-to guide on building sandcastles? And their plan to privatize our library. Ah, yes, privatizing the library, because nothing screams knowledge is power like a library of limited access, where instead of checking out a book, you have to swipe your credit card for a membership and a latte. I mean, who knew the Dewey Decimal System would turn into Dewey Dollar System? I will say this failed plan has been great for awakening the citizens and bringing them together to make sure it never happens. But let's not forget, they've gotten rid of most of the committees. You know, those groups of citizens that gather to discuss ideas and make thoughtful plans. Apparently, our city council thinks that's just too much democracy. Why bother with constructive dialogue when you could just put everything to a MAGA vote? It's a bit like a family dinner where you skip the discussion about what to eat and just order pizza every day for eternity. Oh, and the MAGA-driven agenda. I'd love to know when patriotism and chaos became a package deal. It's like a political buffet where they only serve the weird stuff. Here's your plate of restrictions. And would you like some conspiracy theory on the side? Every meeting feels like a season finale of Make Huntington Beach a reality show, with shocking twists and cliffhangers that leave us on the edge of our seats. Will they vote to have Moscow become his sister city next? What new lawsuit is waiting to eat up our tax dollars? Let's remember that our city council is here to represent all of us, though sometimes I wonder if they know who all of us truly is. We need Natalie Moser, Rhonda.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Laura Sire. I am a 60-plus year, lot of years, resident of Huntington Beach. As this is our last council meeting before the upcoming election, I'm speaking tonight regarding this high-stakes election. Unfortunately, there has been a lot of misinformation, deception, and dishonesty in some of the campaigns. Please be aware of what is unethical and dishonest printed on many of the signs all over town. For example, the yes on Measure U signs that include, save our city, vote yes on you, save our beaches, save our libraries, vote yes on you. But Measure U will not save anything and will harm our city. Please vote no on you. If it were to pass, we would have to have a costly special election with voters having to decide on environmental requirements and zoning, and voters are not qualified or have the knowledge or expertise to do that. So please vote no on you. It's very misleading. I also enthusiastically endorse our true library champions who are seated on the dais. They're ethical, hardworking, they never give up, and they keep fighting for all the people, all the residents of Huntington Beach. And that's Dan Kalmick, Natalie Moser, and Rhonda Bolton. They are amazing. Please vote for them. Sorry, I haven't done this in a while.
Begin.
What? Am I done? Oh, okay. I'm done. Oh, and
Thank
Regina
you.
Blanket.
There you go.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Pat Goodman, and for tonight's agenda, I urge a yes vote on 17. Please incentivize the developer to include 20% low-income units. That would be great. Pull item 18 and allow staff and applicant to identify sites throughout the city that will be best suited for such an event, or events, I guess, and does the least harm to the environment. And to my fellow Huntington Beach voters, I'll be voting no on Measure U. This is another charter amendment submitted by the majority 4 city council members. If passed, it will add enormous amounts of time and cost to the city for zoning changes proposed by the city. I know that your Belinda wishes they hadn't passed such a similar piece of legislation, and Newport Beach was not willing to take on this type of legislation. Quote, let their neighbors to the north try this out. Vote no on Measure U, maintain local control of city zoning, and vote for Huntington Beach City Council incumbents and proven leaders, Bolton, Kalmick, and Mosier, and for city clerk, the open seat, to vote for Regina Blankenhorn. They all have the experience and credibility to take on these important positions and lead the city for the next 4 years. Is there any way to get the monitor to show the time for the speakers?
31 seconds.
And also maybe the people that are speaking on the screens.
You could see your time up there.
You have to twist. Anyway, suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Honorable Mayor and staff and council members. Patricia Pappas, 45-year resident. I urge all council members to vote no on the Bolsa Chica Senior Living Community. The general plan designation for the area is commercial only. The project includes living units to be used by assisted living and memory care. Again, the area is zoned for commercial, not mixed use. In 2017, Huntington Beach City Council approved a general plan documenting the building policies, and the plan does say that the provision of new dwelling units is, that's what really needs to be looked at. These are new dwelling units. And it also is a high-density development project. All of our major majority council and some of our minor majority council campaigned that they would be against high density. So please follow the general plan. Also, I attended Mayor Vandermark's press conference on Monday, yesterday. And during the press conference, many of the followers of Councilwoman Mosier Bolton and Councilman Kalmick were yelling and screaming. And one of your followers, he actually, I might say he attacked one of our elders in our community. The police had to be called. Please tone down the rhetoric. Also, I was disappointed that you jumped up to the podium. That was very disrespectful and out of line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last call for Barbara Shapiro. Next group, Ann Palmer, Regina Blankenhorn, Butch Twining, Marissa Jackson, Cheryl Browning, T.J. England, Julie Holdaway, Murray Schrantz, Russ Neal, Bethany Webb, Mark Tonkovich.
First speaker, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. I am Regina Blankenhorn, your candidate for Huntington Beach City Clerk. Ballots have arrived in your homes. Again, I want to stress how important it is to make informed decisions. So please take the time to read those candidate statements and go over those propositions and local measures. Looking into the experience one has for the position is important. Like my 3 decades worth of public service that includes municipal government, specifically in the city clerk's office, and my years as a public school teacher. Experience matters when filling in a full-time department head position, and experience benefits the residents of Huntington Beach as well as city staff. Educated voting is important to our democracy. Questions must be asked, and honest answers must be given from the people that serve. It is the right of every citizen to ask tough questions, and they deserve the absolute truth. Transparency and downright honesty are demanded of our elected officials in a free and open society. Also, civility is conducive to maintaining a well-run government. The city clerk's office follows all laws. The idea that no one law is above another is a fundamental principle of the rule of law. The law is absolute. Experience matters, and integrity matters. I am Regina Blankenhorn, your candidate for Huntington Beach City Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Hi, my name is Marissa Jackson. I would be grateful to serve you on the Huntington Beach City Council soon. I really love this city. I grew up in the military and have moved around a lot, and this is the first place that I truly feel at home. As I have been out among you, especially these last few months, and as I have gotten to know so many of you, and as I have listened to you and to your cares and desires and concerns, I have really fallen in love with you. You are such an amazing, incredible people, and you truly deserve the best. I hope to be able to continue to listen to all options, opinions, and do my best to help in any way, and be a voice for good for the people of Huntington Beach. I hope that regardless of the outcome, that everyone who comes in here can treat each person with love, care, and respect. We are all brothers and sisters, children of the same God. Even though we will not always agree on everything, I hope we can see the good in each other and treat each other as we would like to be treated. Thank you again for your time and consideration. Please go to jacksonforhb.com to learn more about me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, TJ England. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge and thank our candidates, Natalie Mosier, Rhonda Bolton, and Dan Kalmick, who are running for City Council. Your intelligent understanding of how city government is supposed to work and your courage in trying to protect our city from malfeasance and incompetency inspires a lot of us. You've got my vote. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to address the majority members. After trying to privatize and destroy our public Huntington Beach Library, I see on item 19, you're trying to now turn our wonderful and loved nature preserve, Central Park East by the library, into a daily light show for a for-profit company to run for 6 to 8 months? Are you nuts? Where will your 2,000 customers, daily customers, park? Not in our library parking lot. I need my library parking lot to go to the library. How and how many groundspeople will be needed to repair the damage to the grass, the plants, and picking up trash for 2,000 people? Just a second. How about bathroom facilities for 2,000 people? Toilet paper, water bill, cleaning? Are we going to have porta potties lined up on the park? Leave our natural bird, animal, and people sanctuary alone. I especially love our beautiful horned owls. Don't do this. For goodness sakes, if you need a light show, go to Disneyland.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bethany Webb, 40-plus year Huntington Beach resident. So we're right before an election, and there's a lot of signs out there. And it's really interesting to see that everybody supports our libraries. So that's not exactly true. Now, who do you trust that supports our library? Don't believe me. There's a way that you can find out. Go to Huntington Beach City Hall's website and go to the archives and go to March of this year, 2024, and you will find on tape our wonderful current city council people who are up for re-election, not the ones that aren't. Natalie Moser, Rhonda Bolton, and Dan Kalmick are all on film voting to support our award-winning libraries. Who else is on film, you ask? Don Kennedy, Butch Twining, and Chad Williams blasting our libraries, calling our librarians groomers and pedophiles. So again, why are the Fab Three, which I have a different F-letter word that I would use, but I'm not going to, why are they lying to you and saying they support our library when you can fact check them? This takes us to Measure U and our fascist five that brought up the destruction of our libraries, the attacks on our libraries. It has nothing to do with our libraries. Why are they lying that U is about our libraries, about our beaches, and about saving our city? If they're lying to you and they can't tell you why you should vote for U, I recommend you don't. Please vote for Natalie Moser, Rhonda Bolton, Dan Kalmick, and
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Julie Holdway. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at the Mirage Jewish Community Center. I also moved to Huntington Beach in 1976 and have been a resident since then. My family brought me here in 1976 and my brother to find a safe community in which we can thrive. Likewise, I grew up my son here. We're both Edison Chargers, and I found a place where he can adventure and he can learn, he can make friends, he can make memories, and he can thrive. That's my job, to make sure my son is in an environment where he thrives. But I also think that may be your job. I hope that is your job as well. Unfortunately, hate resides here too, and anti-Semitism resides here. Hate is learned. Anti-Semitism is taught. It is our responsibility as community members, all of us. It is our responsibility to teach about people, to teach about history, to teach respect. I ask you to not make this partisan, to not make this about politics. This is about humanity. Be my ally. Join me in inviting the citizens, the people, the kids of Ramat Gan to teach us about their community and for our children to teach them. Again, not partisan, not political, just humanity. Is now the right time? No. The right time was 76 years ago, or 20 years ago, or 5 years ago. But today is the best we can do, and I'm asking you to be my ally, to stand up for respect and humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, commissioners. This is Cheryl, and I'm a 40-year resident of the city. Number one, I'm presenting the fact that the proposal, item 24710, does not address the responsibility of the developer to substantially improve the surrounding infrastructure. This quadrant regularly experiences power outages. Some, as I mentioned, last 8 hours and are widespread, including the whole Ralph's shopping center there on Warner and Bosa Chica, and the neighborhood to the south, which occurred a month ago. This area is not a new one in the city, and so therefore sewer, electrical, gas, water improvements must be required for good planning and for the good of the existing residents. We deserve any newcomer to foot the expenses of the load that their development is going to put on those of us who have lived here, paid taxes here, and will be affected. Number two, I've also spoken about this proposal not respecting the existing housing surrounding this corner. The height is more than anything around. The project increases trips per day on the existing streets. The nature of this proposal increases a 24/7 noise possibility with ambulances, etc. It may be designed well, but it doesn't fit well. There isn't enough land for this type of development. Number 3, it's very important to note that the developer doesn't own the parcels of land at this time. So that means that they are fishing to see if they can push the limits and go against the general plan. I'm repeating that we want successful businesses to make a good profit, but not a killing on the backs of the taxpayers and long-term residents who will be here long after the developer skips town to go to the bank. Please vote no on item 24-710. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Russell Neal, and I live in Huntington Beach. I am in favor of Agenda Item 10, the resolution authorizing a twin city partnership with the city of Ramat Gan, Israel. Individuals, nations, and political parties can be divided into 2 broad categories: those that are fundamentally lawful and those that are fundamentally lawless. Lawful parties seek alignment with higher moral law and think in terms of right versus wrong. They seek righteous ends by legitimate means. Lawless parties seek only their own will. They think in terms of us versus them and seek power by any means necessary, including lying. Lawlessness, including both anarchy and tyranny, is the default setting for humanity. Building lawful societies, however imperfect, has been a long uphill struggle, and lawful entities must stick together against lawless ones. Israel's struggle against terrorism, like Huntington Beach's struggle against Sacramento's tyranny, is one of the lawful against the lawless. For this reason, it is both fitting and timely for us to establish a twin city partnership with the city of Ramat Gan, Israel, and I therefore support the proposed resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Ann Palmer. So I am not here to campaign for anybody, and hopefully not to complain too violently. It's October. I saw a little bit of the air show through the fog on the Friday, missed everything on Saturday, but everybody that went there seemed to have a very good time, said they would come back next year, and the businesses were ecstatic. So they did really well. Also, I was surprised by the Cars and Copters show. It was packed. Everybody had a great time there. But I'm really here to speak to agenda item 18, I believe. It was 24-710. It is now whatever it is. Anyway, it's the Bolsa Chica Warner project. I'm going to go through this real quickly because really my headlines haven't changed, even though the project has changed a tiny bit. So most of you on the Diaz have had an anti-HDD campaign promise before you got there, and I'd like to see you keep that. This is a high-density project. That hasn't changed. The project fails to meet the approved general plan. Even if we change the land use, the idea was that we would meet the general plan and be consistent with the surrounding area. It is not. It is disingenuous to have a homeless justification to build there. It's still too dense. The building height is too high. It's 4 stories regardless of the number of feet. It needs to come down at least a story. The setbacks are not sufficient. There's not enough open space. There's not enough parking. So overall, I urge you to vote no, or at least put this on hold until we can get the next round of revisions by the developer. We need more open, green, and personal living space. I also wanted to, so please vote no on that project or put it on hold until we can get a new revision. Thank you. I also wanted to speak, and this is hard to read.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. I'm Murray Schrantz. I'm a decades-long resident of Huntington Beach, and I have grown increasingly concerned during the last 2 years of the direction of our city council. I am particularly concerned about the upcoming election where we have 3 candidates supported by our city council majority who I think are wholly unqualified for the position, 2 of which occupy appointed positions in our city, and apparently their qualification is that they have the time available for the position. And the 3rd is a Navy SEAL. Now, while I am very respectful of our nation's special forces, I was an Army Ranger, but that hardly qualified me for the position of city council. I believe that a strong candidate for city council should have wisdom, experience, and a dedicated focus on improving the lives of everyone in this city, not a splintered direction towards some extreme political position. Many years ago, I was a cadet at West Point. It was and is now the motto of duty, honor, country. If I were to apply that to this city council majority, duty would be self-serving and political splintered interests that don't serve our city. Honor, not reflected in the fact that it took a court order to have an agreement with Code 4 Air Show settled and ordered by a judge in order to get this revealed, which uses government money, our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, go ahead.
Good evening, Kathy Ryder. I've lived here and voted here since 1985. And starting back on December 6, 2020, the City Council majority have chosen to prioritize political theatrics over effective good governance. They pander to a kind of a vocal group that seems to delight in chaos rather than actually doing things that would help our city for the betterment of all. Our City Council majority has been very busy hyping up nonsense and division. And as many of you know, a lot of our department heads with many years of institutional knowledge have left the city. And the city is facing a structural budget deficit projected to double from $7.4 million to $15 million by 2027. And guess what? We're going to raise this revenue. This majority has said, let's just give our city residents and visitors new and higher fees. In other words, while our council majority has been playing MAGA warrior, they've been shirking their actual responsibilities of improving my and your city services. However, during this time, there are 3 members of the council who have spoken common sense. They've consistently pushed back against the theatrics and the mismanagement. They share a vision of a thriving Huntington Beach that welcomes everyone and works to serve the needs of our residents and our visitors. I believe the city needs to get back to good business sense and work on issues that make our city services a priority. We deserve a strong and functional level of government. This sounds reasonable to me. Our city cannot afford to keep engaging in cultural issues that detract from the good governance and your sworn oath to support and defend the state of Constitution of California. So we need some serious leaders. Think about this as you vote for Bolton, Kalmyk, and Mosier.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everybody. Before I start, I want to just thank Chief Parr for being a great interim city manager. I want to congratulate Travis for being our new city manager, hopefully here soon. And I also want to wish Robin the best in her retirement after the election. After hearing, I became a topic of a lot of people's conversations here, so I may have to respond to that. But first, what I came here to speak on tonight was the Bolsa Chica Senior Center. I'm hoping, and I believe Ann Palmer mentioned it, that everybody at one time or another has campaigned or promised to be against high-density development. I want to commend the developer, Hines, on what they've done so far. It's a beautiful project. They almost met the neighborhood and the concerns of everybody in the middle by going from 5 stories. The neighbors wanted 3 stories. They hit 4 stories. And I told them at the Planning Commission meeting a month ago that I know they're trying really hard. I can't support it right now because I think they can try just a little bit harder, and I think the neighborhood and the citizens of Huntington Beach would actually really like a 3-story one there. Thank you. Now, the speaker 2 times ago said that 2 of us don't have any experience other than how much time we have on our hands. I would like to tell him in my last 20 seconds that after I graduated from high school, I enlisted in the United States Air Force. After Air Force, I enrolled in college. During college, I started my 45-year career in a family business that I owned for 21 years, and I took that business from about a $7 million a year company to an $80 million a year company, and I can tell you, I got plenty of experience. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mark Tonkovich. I've given this speech 2 times before, I guess 3 times a charm. It's about the Bolsa Chica, the senior center. I don't live by there, I'm about a mile away. But I walked it, I looked at the neighborhood when I saw this first coming up. The street right across from it, you got a single family home, single story. You got a couple 2 stories. If you go back, you got 2-story apartments. You do get into a section with 3-story apartments. If you go to the back street from there, you're looking at single story, you're looking at 2 stories, and there is a section again with some 3 stories. My guess is 3 stories, about 5% of that property that's surrounding it. So to this day, I still don't see how we're honoring the neighborhood by putting in 4 stories. I don't like the way things are changing around Huntington Beach. I'm seeing ADUs going in places. One guy's got one in his front yard. And I'm like, are you kidding me? If he was my neighbor, I'd be in jail. But anyway, I think that it really needs to stop it. It's too much. It's taken the neighborhood, all the other problems that go with it, the traffic. The other thing to consider too, because I'm getting pretty old, I may end up in one of these days, but usually they're pretty close to a hospital. And that's not too close to any hospital. Closest hospital is Huntington Beach. And the traffic to get there if you're going down Warner, that is not going to be good. So I really think reconsider what the Planning Commission voted on and stop it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Abby Banerjee, and I am a mechanical engineer registered in the state of California. And I just wanted to speak on the senior housing project, and having been involved with these type of projects for the last 2 decades. The key point I'd like to make here is these facilities require much more infrastructure than your typical apartment buildings, whether it's medical care, food services, recreational areas. These facilities do require more than the typical floor area that you see in apartments. A lot of times our local codes require that there's variances for this type of facility, and that is exactly what this facility needs. And I feel like in this particular case, having reviewed the plans and looking at the entire design package that was prepared, that it lends well. I know there's a lot of work that's been put behind it, and also I'd just like to say that, in my opinion, our seniors need this space. They need the area. They need the infrastructure to be able to support their residency there. So I respectfully ask that the City Council votes in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you. I'm here to speak tonight against the Bolsa Chica item 24710 until the height is reduced. I'm also representing my neighbor, Mai, and her husband, who built a home right there on Bolsa Chica in the last 3 years, and my Jewish neighbors who actually attend at Shabbat HB right around the corner on Warner, but they park on Bolsa Chica so they can walk to their place of worship. I want to thank those of you. I know you ran, all of you, on opposing high density, and I want to thank those of you who have stood behind that campaign promise. And shame on those of you who have made promises and haven't stood by that. I will be as affected as anyone by whatever's built on Bolsa Chica, since I'm a 70-year owner. It's been in my family for the single-family residence right across Bolsa Chica. 10 feet, that goes up about to the below public comments here. That's how tall 10 feet is. This structure, as it's currently designed, is 5 times that height. So this in no way is compatible with our neighborhood. It dehumanizes it, commercializes it, and makes for an impersonal, cold atmosphere to block out light. And it is extreme. Land use plans 1D and 2B both mandate that we ensure that new development is compatible in proportion, scale, and character to adjoining uses, and that site design is context sensitive, complementary to the city's beach culture, and compatible with surrounding development. And so that is just not the case. I'm just asking that the council would follow our existing general plan that was revised in 2017 and the codes. And I love this quote by Theodore Roosevelt when he describes places of natural beauty. He says, "Leave it as it is. You cannot improve on it. Preserve it for your children and your children's children." I know we have to have housing, but we need to do it in a compatible way so we can all be neighborly and share the space that's there.
Thank you.
All right, the next group, please come down. Mary Jo Baratish, Charles Jackson, Zignesh Pader, Karen Carroll, Ava Weiss, Tim Geddes, Brian Venus, Larry Hirsch, Christopher Rini.
Go ahead.
Good evening, council members. Hello, my name is Jignesh Padyar, a lifelong resident of Huntington Beach. The rhetoric coming from the Newsom threesome is dangerous. Natalie Mosley basically calls our mayor a Nazi and then acts surprised that people feel unsafe coming here. The Newsom threesome talk about unity, yet their only campaign stance with any substance is the library. They have been in office since 2020, and that is all they have to show for it. On Dan's website, he even mentions that he stands for small business. Yet, he chose to drive around during the height of COVID when many small businesses had to be shut down and start citing them for code enforcement. Rather than campaign on their accomplishments, which are lacking, they want to fool you again into thinking they want unity. How unifying of a message it was to all residents that they purchased Elon without our approval. How unifying it was that they could not get behind the flag ordinance that the majority of Huntington Beach residents agreed with. They dragged their hands and feet and failed at standing behind the United States flag. How unifying of them to stonewall and curtail our elected attorney just because he doesn't agree with them, going so far as to open Pandora's box and try to amend our charter. See, this is the type of unity we can expect from them. And that is why in the next election coming up, I am voting for Chad Williams, Don Kennedy, Butch Twining, and Lisa Lane Barnes. Huntington Beach deserves better, and we will vote for better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ava Weiss. I would like to talk about the agenda of having Ramat Gan as Huntington Beach sister city. I talked to my cousin in Israel a couple of days ago. She was out of her mind. Her granddaughter was on the bus in Jaffa, where 2 terrorists entered the bus, killing 8 people. One was shot next to her. She was in trauma. At the same time, the siren went on again and again, and they had to go to the safe room. She said, "It's going on nonstop." We said goodbye to each other, and I said, "God be with you." 200 long-range ballistic missiles were sent from Iran to Tel Aviv and Jerusalem area, 300 more to the rest of the country. The defense system was overwhelmed. Today, 20 Israeli soldiers in Lebanon were booby-trapped. They thought they were called into a house with their leader. All of the 20 died. This is the everyday life in Israel. The suffering is unimaginable, but that is not acknowledged. Israel is in the defensive war for its existence. Last meeting, someone talked against any Israeli city to be Huntington Beach sister city. She's on the committee to decide. This is very shameful to the city, and I know this council is going to vote differently. Hamas leaders have promised to repeat the atrocities of October 7 over and over until Israel is destroyed. 120,000 Israelis in southern Israel displaced. Northern Israel has about 60,000 homeless. And the committee representative saying that over there, not one city can be sister city. I hope all of you vote differently.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Vandermark, members of the City Council, and fellow residents. My name is Karen Carroll, longtime resident. I support Homeless United Huntington Beach, and I'm a strong library advocate. Our council majority has proposed through Measure U a charter amendment that would force any zoning changes initiated by the city to be approved by a vote of Huntington Beach residents, and this would be in sync with an election cycle or a special election. Measure is misleadingly labeled and worded to make it look like an environmental proposal. On September 17th, I saw my first pro-Measure U sign, and I want you to see my reaction. I'm kind of a graphics person. I was trying to figure out how it could be seen by the people online, but I had to go low tech. So anyway, this is it. This is my younger alter ego and her boyfriend. I'll read the captions. It says, "Oh no, Measure U doesn't have anything to do with the library." You're right. They're trying to trick the library fans into voting their way. These signs are meant to fool supporters of the library and parks and beaches, and the only zoning city initiatives on the horizon, to my knowledge, are those that required the housing element required by state law. My purpose in creating the poster is to let those who watch city council meetings in person or online know that Measure U has a purpose that is neither upfront nor honest. Please see through the propaganda and vote no. We don't want to keep playing games with Sacramento. It won't end well.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mary Jo Baratich, a 41-year resident of Huntington Beach and an environmentalist. I was shocked to see Measure U on the ballot, which would amend Amendment 1 to our charter. Don't be fooled by the supposed concern for the environment expressed by the council members who placed this on the ballot. If they cared about the environment, they would not have dissolved the environmental board, and our sustainable management plan would have been completed, and the city would have a climate action plan, very important. In the past, if there were significant environmental issues, the environmental board would work directly with the state agencies knowledgeable about environmental issue impacts, such as the California Coastal Commission for our beaches, the Army Corps of Engineers, the Water Quality Control Board, and Fish and Game. According to Measure U, it appears that every time there's an environmental issue, the council will call an expensive special election for the people to vote. These are issues that very few people will understand, voters. The Measure U does not make sense, and I pray that it does not pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Vandermark, council members, and fellow citizens. My name is Brian Thenis, and I oppose the Bolsa Chica Senior Care Facility, or whatever they're calling it now. One thing that I think the council should seriously consider here is the fact that you're being requested to adopt a specific plan. And state law and city law says the specific plan shall be in conformance with the general plan. That the specific plan is created to deal with unique aspects of the size of the project, the community, and then to tailor a project to fit, such as the Brightwater project, the Brightwater development. That's a specific plan. That specific plan, if you divided up all the houses on the acreage, it's 7 units per acre, just like R1. But they put in parks, they put in a lot of amenities, trails, and so they had to shrink down some residential sizes, and that's the purpose of a specific plan. But one of the most important things to consider is this Kennedy Commission. That was a guy that couldn't afford a cheap house and found an attorney to sue the city. And the city lost. The city lost. They were the court of Appeal affirmed a $3,531,000 settlement against the city of Huntington Beach, and the city of Huntington Beach asserted that it's a charter city, and a charter city doesn't have to comply with those laws. Well, Senate Bill 1333 just came out, and I guess it was in defense of the city of Huntington Beach. So be careful, and I think you should be sure that you're making the right decision, because you're voting for high-density residential development, and I think you're opening the city to...
Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Charlie Jackson, a 23-year resident of Huntington Beach. You took away my energy choices. You prevented me from having a free market choice. From my point of view, leaving OCPA was the worst thing the Fab Four has done. OCPA is a successful, award-winning CCA that has delivered 100% green energy to thousands of homes at the same time as offering basic services. OCPA, SCE, PG&E, and hundreds of other power companies deliver 100% green energy to some of their customers and brown energy to others. Delivering 100% green energy is a true fact. You buy energy, not power, not individual electrons. Casey, on September 17, here is your misinformation, your lie. It is physically impossible to deliver 100% green energy, and also impossible to deliver that energy only to homes that purchase the 100% renewable energy bracket. Well, the real answer is SCE, PG&E, and OCPA deliver 100% green energy to one house and basic energy to others. You buy energy, not power, not individual electrons. It is true that power is delivered to your home, but please don't confuse energy and power. There were other misrepresentations: resource adequacy, RA. It seems okay for SCE to pay huge RA fines, but if OCPA has a small one, you complain. And you can't review power contracts from SCE because it is an independent company, but you did review OCPA contracts, and you did not report any illegal activities or problems. Huntington Beach has no oversight to SCE, but had a lot of oversight into OCPA. For me, leaving OCPA was the worst thing the Fab Four has done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tim Geddes here. Well, Election Day is only 3 weeks away with all the campaigning going on. Between now and then, we have one day, Halloween, with candy seekers replacing political canvassers who will knock on doors with a different trick-or-treat message. Voters need to beware. If you cast your ballots for any of the council majority-supported candidates, you will get nothing but tricks, more lawsuits, more restrictions, more penalties, more phony baloney charter amendments, more culture war battles, and more special interest scandals like the Pacific Air Show settlement, which is going to costing the city unnecessary millions. And as an insult, as an added insult, more witches, goblins, and spooks on the dais to say boo to the rights and needs of the community. And then there is a city council race. The boo candidate, Lisa Lynn Barnes, Lisa Lane Barnes brags on her campaign signs that she will implement voter ID. However, the Dave Min-sponsored Senate Bill 1174 passed the legislature earlier and was recently signed into law by Governor Newsom. Will the great Pumpkin City attorney, Michael Gates, wage another costly, unwinnable battle next year to challenge state law? Believe me, the council majority, Lisa Lane Barnes, and all the MAGA minions in the city won't be enough to prevent the big bad Sacramento wolf from blowing our house in. Better to elect someone who knows what she is doing and has decades of MAGA-free municipal government experience to get us through choppy waters until November 2026. That someone is Regina Blankenhorn. Mr. Gates, will we, you say pound sand, will we get buried in it? No more disgraces, please.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Larry Hirsch, 28-year resident. Everywhere you look in Huntington Beach, you see signs to save our libraries. Our libraries don't need to be saved, they need to be left alone. 2 years ago, no one was saying that our libraries needed savings. We had respected librarians, a great collection of books, a known system to manage them, and programs to benefit our community. So now what do we have? Well, we have book bans, an ordinance so flawed that the state's passing a law to oppose it. Privatization. You can't pay a $10,000 bill by skipping one $20 pizza. Have no doubt, it's not a financial issue, it's a vendetta against our librarians. Librarians leaving their posts. In this very chamber, our city council allows people to call our librarians groomers and pedophiles. They do nothing to stop it and nothing to denounce it. The damage has been done. Our libraries are leaving to go where they're appreciated. Hate crimes. I don't care who's attacked. It's not acceptable. Last weekend, it was anti-Asian slurs against Dave Min. Scott Baugh, his opponent, went on record against it. Our esteemed mayor accused Dave Min of race baiting. You can't have a statement of human dignity if you have no dignity. You are not a patriot by waving the flag. You don't serve this country if you don't respect it. When this city council allows people to spread lies and hate, they do a disservice to the community, disgrace our flag, and dishonor the men and women who serve. I call on Huntington Beach citizens to take this back and do three things. Sign the petitions and end the library nonsense. Vote against Williams, Twining, and Kennedy to stop the chaos in this council. Vote against Measure U. It's just another way of spending money we don't have that could otherwise benefit our citizens and our libraries. All of this nonsense is costing us millions of dollars in wasted personal vendettas and not city business. Prudent use of this money.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, City Council. Bonsoir, Monsieur Le Touré. Bienvenue à Huntington Beach. Chris Rini, native resident here. And I'm speaking against item 10, authorizing a Twin State partnership with Ramat Gan Israel. I have reservations against their parent company, the Israel Global Foundation. Bajan Kian is a lobbyist for Turkey. His nonprofit has only existed since March, and I am told its UEI cannot even be found. For a nonprofit to not have a UEI, a unique entity identification number, is a big red flag. That's just weird. Why should we be the guinea pig for a new organization? Huntington Beach has a sister city already. We're sister cities with Anzho, Japan. We've been that way since 1982 and officially since 1992. If it took 10 years to go from unofficial to official sister city, why is this process to become a twin city taking 2 city council meetings? It seems very fast. And what is a twin city? The only twin cities I know of are Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minnesota, and that ain't us. I'm also speaking against item 19, the Symphony of Flowers debut. The Symphony of Flowers makes a wonderful sense in its original context to celebrate the 350th birthday of Terrebonne, Quebec. But I have grave concerns about it becoming semi-permanent hardscape in East Central Park. Mayor Temporary Burns said regarding development, quote, "We don't want to look like Long Beach." Well, Long Beach became Long Beach by promoting itself as a seaside tourism resort, attracting visitors with a pier, and having a bunch of entertainments and special events. Symphony of Flowers is the modern version of the kind of thing that Long Beach used to host at the Rainbow Pier. I don't see it adding long-term value to the city and the people who live in the city. I see it as a temporary attraction that will attract comparison to Burning Man and the Main Street Electrical Parade. Merci, au revoir.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next and final list guest, Larry Slonim, Jerry Donahue, Libby, Adam Hill, Michael Richcreek, Roger Knorr, Allison Meyer.
First speaker, go ahead.
My name's Larry Slonim. I've been a long-term resident here in Huntington Beach for 40-plus years. Over the last couple of years, I have never seen or sensed more than the barest attempt by the Majority 4 Council to allow any responsible dialogue and negotiation of any issues or disagreements with what they propose on the city's agenda and consistently vote on as a block vote. The last time that even came close to occurring was during the review and approval of the city's budget back in '23, and even that was rammed through in an irresponsible, callous time frame, and totally unnecessary. Your collective behavior and actions have essentially replicated everything you railed against and blamed the prior city council for in 2022. Not once had been the utter and clear hypocrisy of becoming exactly what you said was wrong with the old, out-of-touch city council before being elected, and continue to deny and misrepresent openly since then. We do not trust you that you have the city's best interest in mind. I feel as though the four of you, plus Gates, have been on a crusade since taking office to save us from ourselves. The many references to God and religion relative to the right kind of governing have been unnecessary, inappropriate, and unwelcome. My wife and I are just fine with our chosen religion and our place of worship, and we want to keep it that way. We don't want to replicate it at the city council. For those of you out there watching this meeting and or still not made up your mind about who to vote for, I urge you to reelect Dan Kalmick, Natalie Moser, and Rhonda Bolton. They stand for responsible, sensibly grounded government. They're not looking to convert the world or leapfrog to higher office. The three that have been roundly endorsed, three candidates that have been roundly endorsed by the current Majority 4 Council and Gates are absolutely the wrong choice for our.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jerry Donahue. I don't use signs to make voting decisions. I'm a newspaper guy. I subscribe to the LA Times and the Orange County Register. The LA Times is a left-leaning paper when it does endorsements. The Orange County Register is staunchly conservative, and there are no Democrats that are receiving endorsements for state or national office. This week, the editorial board of the Orange County Register endorsed Bolton, Moser, and Kalmick, not the other Republican candidates that parrot the current council majority stance. The editorial board is a group of people that work at the newspaper that read the stories and write the stories and then determine which stories do we want to take a stance on, because they understand that many people do not have the time to understand all the implications of these stories. They begin their editorial with the words, quote, "The choice are clear." The LA Times, when I read their paper and their endorsements, they're nuanced. They often equivocate. They say this candidate has good ideas, but they need more time to work on this. Or they're young, but they need more time and they need to serve in office first. This was not the case. There were no equivocations with the Orange County Register's endorsements. Again, the choices are clear. After that, they had a half a page of litany of what the majority has done and why they have come to this stance endorsing Kalmick, Bolton, and Mosier. They end by saying the city cannot afford to keep playing games. It needs serious leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
According to the settlement agreement between Pacific Airshow LLC and the City of Huntington Beach, Term 3, in the event the city pursues any claims or suits related to the oil spill against any third party, including without limitation, Amplify Energy Corporation or any shipping company, A, the city shall pay to PA up to a total of $2 million of the city's net recovery after attorney's fees and costs in the oil spill action that are attributable to damages PA sustained. In clear language, the agreement was signed by Tony Strickland and Michael Gates, states that the city shall pay the Pacific Airshow from any recovery received from Amplify. I get that we don't yet know what the net recovery is because the city hasn't received the bill from outside counsel, but I sure hope that the net recovery is something greater than zero. Michael Gates has been publicly stating that the city will not owe any of the recent settlement with Amplify to Pacific Airshow. So unless there's some new secret deal, his statements are in direct contradiction to the plain language available to the public. I look forward to an explanation of why the contract signed is not applicable. With regard to Tony's idea to bring a semi-permanent attraction to Central Park that will have a huge environmental impact on the area, please read your supplemental communications. Not a single person was in favor. It's a cool idea for a single weekend or two, but months of disruption is out of the question. HB treasures its parks, and supposedly you all are concerned about the environment too. You use it as your reason to stop any reasonable development. But when you stand to make a buck, apparently it's the environment be damned.
Thank you. Next speaker, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. I'm just here to make a quick statement. Our family is in need of quality elder care. I'm here on behalf of my wife and my mother. My wife is born and raised here, graduating from Marina High School, and her mother is a 50-year resident. We are in support of the new housing and elder care facility for our family, friends, and our mother. We want her to reside in a city where she is familiar and comfortable in, a city she loves, where she has built a life, friendships, and memories. We want her to support that Bolsa Chica project, and the project, we'd like to see her residing in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Huntington Beach. As we prepare to vote this November, I want to bring attention to something that's often been ignored. How many judges do we actually vote for? Out of the 150 judges in Orange County, you're likely to see 5 or 6 on the ballot, candidates. Okay, the rest, they're either appointed without any input from us or running unopposed, meaning that they don't even show up on the ballot. Okay, they're the only ones that don't show up. If somebody's unopposed, it's usually just one person's name and that's it. The judges, there's not even their name up there. It says, and here's the issue. Many of these judges were prosecutors who built their careers on throwing defendants in jail, whether they were innocent or not. In exchange for playing along with the prosecutor's goals, they get promised judgeships, and once on the bench, their courtrooms become a personal fiefdoms, okay, with nearly zero accountability. Let me give you a real-life example. In my case, City Attorney Michael Gates, the prosecutor, Mike Gates, is telling me that I have 2 choices. I can either plead guilty or submit to a mental evaluation by 2 court-appointed mental health evaluators if I want to go to trial and insist on my innocence. Okay, so let me get this straight. I'm mentally competent enough to plead guilty, but I'm not competent enough to defend my innocence without undergoing 2 mental evaluations certified by the courts. Does that make any sense? Okay, and it gets worse. These judges, who are supposed to be the state employees, are taking bribes from in the form of bonuses from their counties they serve, without disclosing them to the plaintiffs, defendants, or even the IRS. And not just paying off the judges on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor and council members, my name is Vic Leipzig, longtime resident of Huntington Beach, former mayor of the city of Huntington Beach in many decades in the past, and a great lover of Huntington Central Park. I'd like to speak to you tonight about the Symphony of Flowers proposal and share with you my perspectives based on the fact that I visited with my family an installation that is probably very, very similar. Several years back, when my family was traveling through Paso Robles, California, we stopped at an installation just outside of that town called Sensorio, S-E-N-S-O-R-I-O. Still has an active website. I imagine it's still in operation. This Sensorio is a multi-acre display where open fields are covered with electric lights, the LEDs, that pulse and throb when they're turned on, controlled by a computer in time with music. That sounds to me very much like this Symphony of Flowers proposal. And I'd like to share with you some perspectives about that site. It is 3 or 4 miles outside of downtown Paso Robles, which is, of course, a much smaller town than Huntington Beach. And it's out in agricultural country. It does not have residential neighbors around it like Huntington Central Park does. It's located on a major highway. Well, if 46 can be considered a major highway. So it has drive access, which Huntington Central Park does not have on a highway basis. It has a very large open field for parking that was, when I was there, a vast array of parking, much more on the line of Disneyland parking than the limited parking at Huntington Central Park. A number of major distinctions between that facility and what Huntington Central Park could offer. And finally, possibly the most important to my way of thinking, this is a fenced site, of course, with a gate for the paying customers to enter and see the display. But of course, there has to be a fence to keep people who have not paid from.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. My name is Allison Meyer. I'm a 30-year resident and businesswoman here in this beautiful city of Huntington Beach, and I love my city, but I do not love the Bolsa Chica senior proposal. It is too big, too dense. The largest office buildings are located near Warner and Beach. Then down Beach Boulevard, there's several office buildings. But around Bolsa Chica and Warner, there are no office buildings, and there's nothing higher than 2 stories. If you took our city hall and took that building and put it on the corner of Bolsa Chica and Warner, that's what it would look like. At a place too dense, it's just, we don't like it. So I voted for you, I voted for you, I voted for you. As a voter, as a constituent, and a resident from Huntington Beach, please listen to us. We do not want this here. The people that win are the developers, the people that lose are all the residents that live in the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor and City Council, Robin Stanislaw, your city clerk. I'm speaking tonight because I'm concerned about a recent social media post made by our city attorney, Michael Gates, that I feel violates a portion of the Pledge for Code of Fair Campaign Practices he voluntarily signed in 2022, which states, and I quote, "I shall not use or permit the use of character defamation, whispering campaigns, libel, slander, or scurrilous attacks on any candidate or his personal or her personal life." To quote a portion of his social media post, which is up on the screen, Regina supporters don't even know how she's qualified because they've never asked or inquired, but she's not. The information available suggests she's a far-left career government worker, read a pro at being deep state, who was held most recently some sort of admin position in the city manager's office in Tustin. She's never worked in a city clerk's office, never been answerable to the public as an elected official, and has no history of working in the private sector, end quote. Let's be clear, Regina Blankenhorn undeniably meets charter requirements to run for office and did previously work in a city clerk's office. Deep state is defined as a body of people, typically influential members of government agencies or the military, believed to be involved in the secret manipulation or control of government policy. Attorney Gates' implication that Regina is a deep state candidate is utterly ridiculous. As city clerk, I would never consider such an action on a public platform. Are the rules different for our city attorney? People are questioning his involvement in this race. While entitled to freedom of speech, this is bad form, plain and simple. I'm sorry to be sharing this, but the truth matters.
Thank you. Is that the end of public comments? Thank you. We will now move on to council committee appointments. Council members. Oh, there's one more.
Sorry, I was waiting for my name to come on the screen.
Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. My name is Adam Hill. I am a resident of Huntington Beach, and I am here to show my support for the Bolsa Chica senior care community. This issue has recently hit close to home for me and my family. 2 months ago, I found myself searching for a senior apartment to move my mother-in-law into from her home of 20 years in Los Angeles. Suddenly became necessary to have her closer to the family. This was a challenging process due to a lack of inventory and options close to my house. We feel fortunate to have finally secured a unit in a senior apartment community 10 minutes away from our home. This particular senior apartment community is a 4-story building with over 160 units, and only 2 of them were available in September when we were looking. There was competition to secure one of those 2 units. I'm sure you all can imagine this is a process that began as a stressful situation for an 82-year-old woman who was used to living alone in the same home for decades. Her stress dissipated within the first couple of days of being here. Living in a safe building that was designed for her needs with compassionate staff put her at ease. She can call the maintenance anytime there's an issue, she has help with packages, and most importantly, she has a community of other seniors and started making friends on day one. She has participated in community potlucks, has made friends to take walks with, has spent time in the puzzle room, and even stepped outside of her comfort zone to attend bingo night. She hasn't needed to drive her car once since being here, and I truly believe this new environment has improved her mental health. Her mind is at ease, and she has help when needed, and she has loved ones and loves our friendly beach community. I've found a new appreciation for the value that a senior community provides to our loved ones, witnessing firsthand the positive impact it has had on my mother-in-law. I believe we need more of these senior housing facilities in our community, and I'm here to show my strong support for the Bolsa Chica senior care community.
Thank you. Robin? Does that conclude public comments now?
Well, I called names, but.
I gave you a sheet. I didn't get called.
Oh.
Michael? Is your name Michael?
No, it's Paul.
Are you maybe signed up to speak during the public hearing?
Public hearing.
What color was the form?
Senior center?
I don't know, it's for senior.
Green
center.
form?
Green form.
Oh, yeah. All right. That concludes public comments.
Thank you. Moving on to council committee appointments. Do any council members have any appointments to announce? AB 1234 reporting. Does anyone have anything to report? Openness and negotiations and disclosure. Does anybody have anything to disclose? City manager's report. City manager, please proceed with your report.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Chris Casanova, Economic Development Manager, will give the report.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you an update on the city's Economic Development Strategic Plan. The plan provides a roadmap for strengthening our local economy, creating jobs, and ensuring that Huntington Beach remains a vibrant and welcoming place for businesses, residents, and visitors. Tonight, I'll walk you through the main goals, our focus areas, and some specific actions we plan to take in the coming year. To provide some background, The Economic Development Strategic Plan is a key part of our city's larger strategic plan. The City Council initiated this update to reinforce existing economic development efforts, address current needs, and prioritize new initiatives. Goals for the updated plan include greater business retention, attracting new investments to grow and diversify our tax base, and creating job opportunities. To begin updating the plan, we held an Economic Development Summit last October to gather feedback from business owners, property owners, and developers. Key insights from the summit included the need for more personalized support for businesses, making our permitting process simpler, enhancing the overall Huntington Beach experience, and keeping up with changing business needs. So the plan features a blend of new initiatives and enhancements across 4 main areas: business retention, expansion, and attraction, tourism, culture, and community, responsive and effective government, communication, and collaboration. Some initiatives build on existing efforts, reinforcing our commitment to key goals. Additionally, new strategies aim to further drive economic growth. This approach balances consistency and priorities with innovative, targeted actions. So for business retention, attraction, and expansion, we want to support both our existing businesses and new businesses. Our goal is to help local businesses grow by understanding their challenges and providing necessary resources. And to attract a diverse business mix, we offer site selection assistance and connect with brokers and property owners, expanding companies to promote Huntington Beach as an ideal business location, emphasizing our advantages like our location, our skilled workforce, and our business-friendly environment. Additionally, we'll enhance visibility for local businesses and implement campaigns to maintain year-round economic activity, particularly during our off-season. For tourism, culture, and community, at Surf City USA, we attract visitors worldwide. And in partnership with Visit Huntington Beach, we aim to increase overnight stays to boost local spending. We will enhance popular attractions and explore new opportunities for film and events. We're also preparing for the LA 2028 Olympics, which will showcase our city on a global stage. Furthermore, we emphasize investing in arts and culture to enrich the social economy and create memorable experiences for residents and visitors alike. Responsive and effective government focuses on ensuring our city's services support economic growth and adapt to market changes. This includes investing in public facilities and technologies to meet future demands, promoting business-friendly policies, and continuing to simplify the permitting process through streamlined Surf City. We're also dedicated to an outstanding customer service, providing staff with the training and tools needed for timely support. And lastly, communication and collaboration focuses on engaging local stakeholders, gathering feedback, and addressing concerns. By strengthening our partnerships with some of the organizations you see here, we can support joint initiatives that benefit our community. Through digital platforms and regular meetings, we aim to keep businesses informed, share resources, and foster a collaborative environment for economic growth. So looking ahead to 2025, our action plan focuses on 3 key priorities: boosting business retention, attraction, and expansion efforts. So by visiting over 50 businesses, hosting more events, creating an economic profile of our assets, engaging with stakeholders, and building more strategic partnerships. Number 2, strengthening communication channels through expanded business recognition opportunities, increasing our online presence with our new website now, and growing the Streamlined Surf City initiative. Number 3, enhancing the Huntington Beach experience by working with the Office of Communications to launch a Shop Dine local campaign and implement specified projects to improve the resident and visitor experience. City departments and stakeholders will collaborate on these initiatives, tracking success through identified metrics reviewed regularly by the Economic Development Committee and City Council. So in summary, by prioritizing these focus areas, we aim to continue building a sustainable, resilient economy that supports our community's prosperity and quality of life. The plan will be available on the city's website, and it provides more specific detail about implementing goals and objectives. So we're excited about the upcoming year and the positive impact of some of these initiatives on Huntington Beach. Thank you for the opportunity to share this update, and I'm happy to answer any questions or provide more details.
Thank you. Do any council members have any questions? Councilmember Kalnick.
Thank you, Chris, for that presentation. Well, I appreciate the work that went into this. I think that a lot of the stuff is relatively straightforward, right? It's things that I think are somewhat low effort in order to get some of them out the door, which is great. But I think seeing some of the longer economic development strategies, right? I didn't see any land use changes in here or any evaluation, any SWOT analysis going forward. And I'd like to see some of those things, you know, an evaluation of like what other cities are doing that are attracting businesses and trying to get to the why. You know, Irvine tends to be kind of the example in Orange County of really driving that economic engine. And I don't know if that's because they have ample housing or ample land, yes, or it's because their land use rules are different than ours in certain areas, right? We've held on very tightly to our industrial areas, but in our last analysis of our industrial areas, we found that public storage, personal storage was like our #1 use in industrial, which isn't industrial use in this sense. And as I think we've moved forward in society or in since COVID at least, we've kind of pulled that 2045 plan for kind of the end of retail off the shelf and started implementing it in 2020. Not the city, but just the economy has, and retail is slowly kind of evolving into what it needs to be. Part of that is, you know, for restaurants, for instance. A lot of folks use DoorDash now, and a lot of restaurants that didn't do takeout before are forced to do takeout, and so do they need that amount of space? You know, a lot of the restaurants I go in, drive by in town, are half empty or half full, depending on your optimism, but they're paying per square foot. And so our land use regulations impeding those businesses or forcing, you know, a lot of folks are seeing a lot of restaurants turn over at the same location over and over and over again. And other than people driving by at 60 miles an hour, not seeing what's in that business, and that may be part of the economic development strategy and state public safety strategy. But I think looking at some of the 1950s, 60s, 70s land use applications we've had, identifying what the current uses are and understanding, are there things that we can change that would not make anybody non-conforming, but potentially in industrial areas allow for potential increases tonight? Like, why are all the central areas in the industrial area capped at 2 stories? Like, you can't see 3, 4 stories from anywhere else around there. You can properly park it on the first floor, but at least allow creativity of the free market to step in and say, hey, there's some different uses there, or at least give you the tools when you're at conferences to say, hey, we have this new economic development plan. I think part of it also is coming back to us with tools that you need to be able to negotiate that are pre-identified by the city council, be that, you know, land use incentives, streamlining for certain uses, things like that, that would allow you to negotiate without having to say, hey, this is a great thing, let me go talk to my 7 council members and have 7 public meetings, and we'll get back to you in 3 to 7 years on that plan that you want to do. So teeing things up for you, I think, would be helpful. And as you go to more of these conferences, and please come back and identify what those tools could be for us to help. And obviously some of the new state laws that allow us to create certain districts, and the entertainment district law that just passed recently that could create some cool zones and potentially some mixed use up in the industrial area that I know is, I think, the least worst place for folks when it comes to housing, where nobody already lives there, no one drives that way to get to work. There's already businesses up there that you could create some synergies up there that would allow for workforce housing, some residential, some commercial, and some light industry that, I mean, our industry doesn't really have big smokestacks and, you know, coal-fired plants anymore. It's a lot of assembly, aerospace. And then I think understanding more of a holistic, I guess, strategy for what type of businesses we want to attract and bringing those to the council to, I think, make a decision on saying, hey, we should focus on this industry to try to attract them, I guess, to try to make fetch a thing for that piece. Because right now we are, I think, effectively saying, hi, we're Huntington Beach, you know, please come here, but we don't really have any tools other than our existing land use that would incentivize that. And obviously streamlining permits is great, but what differentiates us other than having, I mean, I would say if you're gonna open a business in Irvine or Huntington Beach, having Huntington Beach on your business card looks cooler, but how far that's gonna take us. So I appreciate that, you know, in any future updates to be able to potentially bring forward some of those changes as you see fit. I rely on staff for that. Thank you.
Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just thank you for the presentation. I really want to highlight the streamlined Surf City slide. I know it's small, but it's on slide 7. If you guys don't mind putting it back on the screen. Actually, I just did a video with this with Jennifer Villasenor in the planning department last week that we're pushing out. But this is really near and dear to my heart. This is something that myself, Councilmember Strickland, Mayor Vandermark, Mayor Pro Tem Pat Burns campaigned on. We signed a contract with the residents that we would streamline City Hall and cut the red tape and roll out the red carpet for business. And in 1 year of this program fully being implemented, we've increased the certificates of occupancy that have been issued by 23%. So what that means is that businesses are now being open faster. They're creating jobs more quickly. They're producing sales tax revenue to the city faster. A lot of the permits now are almost fully online. It's about 90%. We have a 99% success rate with getting permits through faster, more quickly. We have a specialist program, which is essentially like a concierge service. This is really key. I work in the commercial real estate industry. I work in a lot of jurisdictions throughout the country. I know cities that do it mostly poorly, some that do it well. So we've taken all these aspects, and one of them is this concierge service. It's critical if you guys get stuck or if anyone gets stuck, they can call the Streamline specialist. They'll look up where you currently are in the permitting process, shepherd you through to the end to make sure that you get finished from the beginning to the end. It's a great service. We also have now expedited plan check option. That's another service I wish other jurisdictions had. A lot of projects and applicants would be willing to pay an additional fee to expedite their plan check review. Other cities now, because this has been so successful, is reaching out to us to see how we've been able to implement the Streamlined Surf City to increase business, to attract businesses here. We also are now going to implement, coming up soon, an app for building inspections. That's always been a big bottleneck in permitting and remodeling your home, putting on solar roof, et cetera, is getting the inspector out to the property. Now, through the app, they can do virtual inspections, multiple properties at once. That's going to really create more efficiencies. So again, really want to highlight this. It's an amazing feature. We're really proud of it. It's going to incentivize businesses to come here. We don't have the luxury of tons of acres of land like Irvine has, and a new city that's currently being developed. Like we're fully built out. We've talked about that ad nauseum. We only have so much land here, so let's work with inside our system here, our city government, to make it more efficient. That's what Streamline has done. So we welcome other businesses to come here, invest your hard-earned dollars. You'll be proud and happy with your experience. And we've had many testimonials of businesses that have said that, how amazing Streamline is. So we welcome you to come, invest in our city, open your business quickly, create jobs, and create sales tax dollars for our community. So thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Jennifer. You mentioned measures to enhance the visitor-resident experience, and so I wanted to ask you for examples of what those measures might be.
So as part of our partnership with Visit Huntington Beach, we've allocated a budget to target tourism enhancement programs. So that includes updating wayfinding, connectivity, and placemaking between the hotels to downtown, investing in infrastructure to our beach parking lots, creating some sort of maybe pier entry sign, accessible improvements, more Moby mats. So those projects were identified through the VHB partnership, and it's working towards implementing those allocated budgets annually for the next couple of years.
And council member, we also, when you approved the T-bid, the increase in that, we partnered with them for projects that would be beneficial for tourism.
Councilmember Moser.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for the strategic plan and action plan as well. In looking at the action plan, I had a couple of questions and maybe more some comments on it of what I hope to see as we move forward as well. One, I saw that one of the items was looking to do 50 visits out to businesses and one annual business event, or this is all annually. I guess the thing that I'm hoping to hear back throughout the year is with those different visits, what are the lessons learned? What are the metrics of those visits? I know we have on there number of businesses visited and assisted, but I'm curious if there are trends as we start talking to different businesses, how we're not only compiling those, but also connecting whatever we're learning back to the public, back to the council, and also really back to maybe adjusting the plans or maybe creating new actions. Let's see. Also, kind of along those lines, just with all of the different pieces, is throughout the year, and maybe it's quarterly, maybe it's just at the end of the year, but will the action plan be reported on publicly and or to council throughout the year?
So through the Economic Development Committee that meets every 2 months, we can create a written document that we can publish online, and that can be made available. And then we were thinking annually to City Council to set new priorities and goals by working with that committee.
Okay, so that would be great to be able to have that document
Uploaded.
And then along those lines as well, I appreciate that there's a metric associated with each of the action plan items. This is always the thing that I will say is I think with key performance indicators, it's good to have the number of businesses visited and assisted, but what's the goal is the 50 I get, but like what's the real goal? Like what is the outcome that we're hoping to achieve with that? And so not just with that particular item, but with all of them, if we can have those metrics or key performance indicators actually related to outcomes, and also, the metric is number of web pages, documents updated, and web page analytics. But what's our goal within each area? And I know it's new, but if we could figure out, kind of what's a goal, maybe a stretch, and maybe we don't know right away. But that's, I think, an opportunity so we can see if, we're red, yellow, or green and where we're at. We don't really have a continuum by which to see if we're being successful or not for that. And then finally, two things. One, there's a lot of required work of people. And do you feel that you have sufficient human resources and staffing to do the work that you're proposing to do here?
I think the intent here is that we can collaborate with a lot of our stakeholders and work collectively together to accomplish, start off kind of gradually, but kind of work up to some bigger adventures. And some of the stuff, obviously we're doing some of this now, and it's just kind of amplifying those efforts and really kind of focusing hard on getting out there. I mean, Chief, we go on lots of business visits, and it's providing those resources so that way it's just turnkey. When we meet with a business, we provide X, and they have the same contact information that everyone keeps asking for. And stuff like that.
When you go to the businesses, do they provide feedback? Obviously, that you talk with them, so they're providing feedback. But is that compiled, and or do you actually maybe survey all of the businesses that you go to so we can kind of collect that information?
They're all fairly different.
Mm-hmm.
So it depends on if it's issues with crime, force. But I mean, I think the intent here is we at one point had a CRM, but it was just for me. But the idea is that we're really kind of creating this metric so that we can start disseminating a lot of the same. I would say a lot of our business visits, they really just appreciate the context and not knowing some of these other organizations of, we just met with an animal shelter, and who do I contact at Dog Beach to maybe, cross-promote. So ideas like that of helping to get the word out.
Great. Final thing, really kind of like that. I'd love, as the year progresses or maybe in the future, to have case studies or examples of success stories or maybe even challenges that became successes. And finally, perhaps also maybe along Councilmember Kalmick's questions about other cities, what has worked elsewhere, perhaps cities where we might be able to do case studies of the types of businesses that we'd like to attract here, maybe what changes occurred in other locations, or what things were there that attracted different types of business. If we want to have clean, green business and that's somewhere else, how did they attract that to that location and why, and maybe how we can do that as well. Okay, thank you.
Council member, one of the things we noticed, and it was very interesting, one of the last meetings we went to, the gentleman that was building some veterinary hospitals, he said he's not going to LA County anymore. He's coming here because this experience was so good, he's going to begin to do more here and more in Orange County. So that's what we look for. We look to support that and to keep businesses wanting to come here.
Did he say, he told you why, right? Because that's the why part that I want, so we can make sure we're encouraging that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for putting all that together and explaining. Okay, now moving on to the consent calendar, items 9 through 17. Would anyone like to pull an item?
Pull 10.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to move the remaining items.
Second.
All right, so that was Vandermark and Strickland, correct? We're moving items 9 and 11 through 17. 9 and 15, both as amended by supplemental communication. We go ahead and vote?
Yes.
All right. Councilmember Mosier?
Aye.
Bolton?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Kalmick?
Aye.
Thank you. 7-0.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalmick, number 10.
Thanks. I pulled this because I had some questions about the resolution itself, about who IGF is, Israel Global Foundation. Like a cursory internet search didn't bring up a lot other than they don't seem to have a 501c3 yet, or they don't have a IRS nonprofit status recognized by the federal government. I couldn't find anything that would indicate that. They were incorporated in the state in March of this year. When I went and looked at the sister city stuff, it has language in there that the organization that we do sister city with is a 501c3 with regard to that. So I have questions about whether or not they can actually take, I guess they can take donations, but they wouldn't be tax deductible. So I'm wondering if staff can answer those questions with regard to, does this organization have a nonprofit status or not with the federal government, so being able to take donations?
Thank you. So from Israel Global Foundation, we do have the Chief Executive Officer, Jan, here, who can answer some particular questions. And then I prepared just a brief presentation just to provide some clarification on Ramat Gan, Israel Global Foundation, and the item as a whole and how the process came to be. So while Jan's coming down to the public speaker podium, I'll just go through that presentation really quickly. So first off, background. September 17, 2024, City Council approved a council member item brought forward by Mayor Gracie Vandermark and Councilmember Strickland, directing the City Manager's Office to implement steps to establish a memorandum of understanding as sister cities with Ramat Gan. As part of that item, it was also directed to establish a committee to more so look at what potential steps we could take to move forward on this item. That committee would consist of 3 council members, those being Mayor Vandermark, Mayor Pro Tem Burns, and Councilmember Strickland, and a appointee of city staff appointed by the city manager, which was myself. And then through that process, we were able to get to a point of drafting a resolution in partnership with Ramat Gan and Israel Global Foundation. And some background on Ramat Gan. They are similar to us in size, approximately 200,000 people. They're located in the Tel Aviv district, which is known as a coastal district, similar to our coastal city. They were established in 1914 and founded in 1921. They are known as being home to Israel's largest hospital and the world's largest diamond exchange. Both Ramat Gan and Huntington Beach have a shared history of agriculture. They both also are home to Chabad centers, and Ramat Gan has already passed a resolution to partner with Huntington Beach as a twin city. And Israel Global Foundation, which has stepped in and offered to act as a nonprofit and a liaison between the 2 cities, Was founded in July 2023. Their mission was to secure the existence of Israel by strengthening the relationship between the world and Israel through innovative education, advocacy, delegation, and coalition building. As you mentioned, they became a California nonprofit corporation in 2024, and they've already hosted numerous advocacy and education events, one actually taking place today, which brought in 1,000 people to kind of be educated from a Holocaust survivor. And a few other examples are Stand With Israel, in which they commemorated October 7th. Another Stand With Israel event, which was testimony from Holocaust and October 7th witnesses. Teaching Tolerance at a Young Age with Joseph Alexander, which is a 102-year-old Holocaust survivor who was the headline speaker at the event today. And then another event entitled Exposing Anti-Semitism and Terrorism. And this is kind of the goal of the Israel Global Foundation, is to continue hosting these types of events. And then, as you know, recommendation would be adopt resolution number 2024-55, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Huntington Beach, California, authorizing a twin city partnership with the City of Ramat Gan, Israel. And then, as I mentioned, Jan, who is the Chief Executive Officer for Israel Global Foundation, is here to address any particular questions you have with regards to tax status and nonprofits. So I will turn it over to Jan to address those.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Jan Kili. We did file with the state, and as you saw, we were giving nonprofit organization. We have filed with the IRS. I don't know how long it takes them, but we did file with them the 1023 form and 3500. So it's just a matter of timing getting that. As far as I understand, if we take any donation, they will be retroactive to the day of the filing that we did with IRS. But right now, we're not looking to take any money or do anything. Basically, we're just trying to promote cooperation between two cities in any shape we can.
Right, okay, I appreciate that. And I'm aware that if you are granted nonprofit status, it becomes retroactive to your filing day. So it also looks like you don't have office space. You are still operating out of your home?
Yes, we don't have an office space.
Can I inject on the office space? I knew that that was a concern, and I looked up actually Anjo, Japan, our sister city, and their filings. They also have a home as the register for Anjo, Japan, our sister city. So it would be not different for Ramat Gan than what we already do with Anjo, Japan, in terms of they're both filed at a home address.
Is that city in Huntington Beach, or is that?
Yes, it's in Huntington Beach, and Ramat Gan, or the Israel Global Foundation, is also in Orange County.
Sure.
It's in Villa Park, but it's in Orange County.
Okay, but it's not in Huntington Beach. Yeah. So, okay. So yeah, I mean, that's where I kind of started to go down the rabbit hole a bit of like, you just started, it looks like you're doing some great events to bring education to folks about what's going on in Israel and the Israeli people, and I think that that's noble. But I have some concerns about signing an agreement to hand over some office space at the city and resources, things like that, to an organization that's relatively new, that doesn't have that nonprofit status yet. Additionally, it looks like your secretary is down in San Clemente, and I just don't see like the Huntington Beach connection to this when most of our other nonprofits that we partner with at the city and give resources to, taxpayer resources to, are in the city. So I just want to at least flag that, that I had some concerns about kind of setting a precedent for creating effectively an MOU that I think parallels the MOU we have with Sister City, but is a kind of grassroots Huntington Beach organization that was stood up 40-something years ago. So those are just the concerns I have, which is why I pulled it. So that's all I have for now.
If I might close, I actually had the opportunity to meet Joseph Alexander. Amazing story, 102-year-old Holocaust survivor. He lost I believe he had 4 brothers and sisters and parents, and they all lost their lives in the Holocaust. I was just so moved, and I know these children, when they meet him, they're so moved. He went through 12 Nazi death camps, and it's important, and I know it's probably really rough on him to even tell that story, but it's a story that needs to be told, because the old saying is, history is repeated if you don't understand history and the tragedies that's happened in our past. Like Angio Japan, I didn't know much about Angio Japan until I got elected here. I think this is a tremendous opportunity to collaborate with another city, Ramat Gan's about our size. Our residents will understand culture, education, foster economy, foster and strengthen the bonds between our residents. I also think it would be a very positive thing for Ramat Gan, as a positive thing for Huntington Beach. And so therefore, I move that we adopt this twin city with Ramat Gan, and I'm honored that they've already passed it on their end, and I'm hoping to contact the mayor of Ramat Gan and say we did the same on our end.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to move the item.
Oh, I have a couple of.
Oh, you moved it already? Okay.
A couple of questions before we finish.
I'll second.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir, for being here. I do have a question. How many other similar arrangements does your organization manage? So do you manage other partner city or
No, we're
sister
not.
city? Okay.
You're the first one, but we have 4 cities lined up, and once it goes through, we're gonna work on them. And a lot of them express the willingness and do it. So we have 3 other cities lined up to do the same thing. Maybe not with Ramat Gan, but maybe some other cities. But yes, we are working on that. That's basically one of our second goals in our organization, to basically straighten the alliances. If I just may give you an example, I travel all over the world for business. I was in India, in Hyderabad, which is a very Muslim city, and I wanted to enter mosque because I'm a very curious person and I want to learn. I was with Jim Martins, my traveling partner. They will let him in, but they wouldn't let me in, and I didn't know why. I cannot tell the people by the look who they are. I divide people in 2 categories, good and bad. I don't care if you're blue, purple, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. And I was very kind of upset that they wouldn't let. I just wanted to go inside the mosque and just see how they do things. In Egypt, when I did presentation for ICOM, they let me go in, but not in Hyderabad. Same thing in Israel. I've been next to the Dome of Ram at the time where you can even walk around it. Now you can have a special permission that you can walk inside. I just want to promote more interchange between everybody. The more we know about each other, the better we all are, and we can be friends. That's all.
Thank you. So the other questions I have are for staff. Jennifer, I believe you mentioned that there was a resolution that was passed by Ramat Gan, but I don't see that in the materials that we have. Is that available for us to have? Because it should be in the record.
It will be. So we didn't receive that from Ramat Gan until after the cutoff time this morning. Okay. The approved, authorized, executed document. So that has been submitted and that will be part of the record. It just unfortunately came in too late today.
Okay. The other question I have is about the resolution. So is the resolution intended to be the contract? And I don't know who to direct that to.
Correct. So the resolution acts as the agreement for the Twin City, as well as with the nonprofit Israel Global Foundation.
Okay. Why is it a twin city instead of a sister city? Because when we talked about this previously, what I thought we approved was that staff would go back and study the sister city concept and then come back with the sister city MOU. So I don't know what a twin city is. So if someone could explain that also for the public.
Yeah, so a twin city is a bit more synonymous with Israel. So in Israel, that is what they refer to their sister city. So in establishing our communications and having the opportunity and the privilege to speak with our liaisons in Ramat Gan, they refer to it as a twin city. So we felt that out of respect for Israel and out of respect of that partnership that we would refer to it in the same way. And then at the same time, that also doesn't detract from our sister city association and makes clear that the two are not necessarily associated, but the sister city does have the opportunity, if they choose to be involved, to do so.
Okay, thank you. I will point out that with respect to the resolution, my concerns have to do with the fact that there are a lot of terms in the resolution that are not defined. So for example, if the resolution says services will be provided, what does that mean? If an entity is going to act as a liaison, what does that mean? You know, I understand that this is modeled on the Sister City resolution for Anjo.
It
that
is.
right? Yeah.
It is. So a lot of the language, we kind of went through that MOU, and based on the established relationship we do have with them and the memorandum of understanding that was approved, we went through that and worked together with Israel Global Foundation and Ramadan to identify the same types of services and opportunities and translate it into this resolution. And then also, I think that the purpose of having this resolution is that as you note that it is for a period of 3 years, our hope and our intent is that we can continuously evolve with Israel Global Foundation and identify more opportunities for advocacy and education, and that this resolution can be refined to be a little bit more specific to address those particular services, education, and advocacy events on an ongoing basis.
So what is anticipated at this point?
So the types of events that have been noted are art and cultural events that will be potentially installed at various city facilities for a short period of time, for a few days. And that would obviously be coordinated with Ramat Gan with the help of Israel Global Foundation. Same being done in Ramat Gan for Huntington Beach, so learning, introducing surf culture and things of that nature in Ramat Gan. In addition to that, they are looking to some of the education events that I mentioned in the PowerPoint presentation. They would like to host a few of those here at various city facilities. Their hope is that they don't negatively impact staff, and they want to work collaboratively with the city of Huntington Beach so that they can bring as much as they can here while at the same time not have too large of an impact up front in terms of negatively impacting the existing programs and services that we already have.
Okay, and so the final question that I have is, in terms of, I guess, how things are represented, is this going to be represented as the city of Huntington Beach doing something, or is it going to be represented as a different entity doing something?
I don't think I totally understand the question. I'm sorry.
So, for example, if you are hosting an event or fundraising for an event, is it going to be represented as the city of Huntington Beach is fundraising for an event, or is it going to be represented to the public as, you know, an organization? For example, the Israel Global Foundation is fundraising for the event.
So I think similarly to the Sister City Association, when the Sister City Association does raise funds, they make it clear that it is for their fundraising efforts and opportunities through Sister City, Huntington Beach Sister City with Anjo Japan. It would be similar to that. So while it would be Israel Global Foundation acting on behalf for those fundraising efforts, it would refer to the relationship of Huntington Beach and Ramat Gan, and those efforts would be done in the name of that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
So I wanted to kind of repeat something that was said earlier by some of the commenters, and actually by the invocation that was presented earlier, which is our words have weight. And I too want our community to be a safe community where we and our children can thrive. I do believe that hate is learned and that anti-Semitism is taught, and that teaching humanity is needed. As a member of the Human Relations Task Force, in past years, I got to go to some of the different teaching tolerance exhibits and different things held at Huntington High School and in the city, and I think that they were very important to teach about the Holocaust and other things as well. And I also, beyond teaching about that, we also want to teach about and build relationships about what's happening in our current day and in our past history, not just during that time period. I think that just like with our Sister City Association and what they've done, I think that the importance of international relationship and cultural exchanges really can enrich all of our communities in so many ways, and that these types of partnerships have the potential to foster goodwill, understanding, and collaboration, and I think that that is all true. I do question the timing of this, and I also heard that it should have been before. Why not now? And I hear that. And I also, the last council meeting where this was brought up, heard a lot of other concerns from other community members as well, that this could hurt, that during this difficult time, that it could cause greater division in our community. And so that makes me concerned. Not about the learning and the teaching aspect. I appreciate that fully. I think we need that. I want peace in our world. But I am concerned about the timing of this and about the way that it came forward. I'm concerned that there is no current approved nonprofit status, though I understand that you applied for that. I felt like it should be an MOU like has been done, and I understand it's through a resolution and it's similar, but for me, I know we've had a lot of discussions in different parts of the city, including the Finance Commission, about different things with MOUs and different entities working within our city, and I just think that we should be consistent with that. I would prefer that we would perhaps move forward when everything here, and maybe bring it back again, where we could be working, where the organization was already where it needed to be to move forward working with the city in that way. I would prefer that it be brought back at that time. I also am concerned that it's not a kind of more grassroots local to Huntington Beach entity. I appreciate the work that you're doing in Orange County and that it's more broadly local. So for me, that is a concern that I have, that it's not yet certified. I think it should be an MOU, just so we're consistent if we were to move forward with that. And that we do things really using the proper channels. But that's all I have for now. Thank you.
So,
Madam Mayor, sorry.
I'm actually
go
going to say
ahead.
something. Thank you. So I have spoken to several people at temples and Jewish people, and there is a lot of support here in the city of Huntington Beach to move forward with this. I don't think the timing is off. I think the opportunity came forward, and I think Ramat Gan has moved forward, and I fully support this. We do have support in the city of Huntington Beach for this, and I don't think the timing is off. Go ahead, Councilmember Kalmick.
Thank you, Madam. So, because of some of the concerns that I had earlier, I think that we should move forward with this, but I'd like to see us come back in like a year once IGF is, I think, more established. So I think a substitute motion to strike paragraph 3, items 2, 5, 6, 7, 8 from the resolution that basically says that Ramat Gan will become a Twin City partner with us. I'd like to have IGF in an informal relationship, host these things. I'd be happy to waive room fees here for hosting events. I'd also like to include in my motion a Section 806 flag waiver to be able to display the Israeli flag at these events as well. And I think that, again, I'm happy to have IGF once they've completed their nonprofit status and filed a 990 for the first year, because we don't know. I'd like to see some more of the structure of the organization. The articles of incorporation are rather vague, and before we do that. So that's my motion, which is basically strike all reference to IGF from the resolution, but still move forward with making Ramat Gan our sister city, and to display that we as a city are in Congress with our Israeli friends. Also waive the Israeli flag display, and again, happy to have IGF work in an informal capacity and waive room fees. So that's my substitute motion.
Second.
Mayor, if I could speak against the substitute motion, the mayor of Ramat Gan reached out to the foundation, and Ramat Gan actually requested, and I got a call from the foundation and specifically talked about Huntington Beach. And so for a foundation who actually helped put us together, it's a matter of time. They've already filled out their IRS form. They've already been doing multiple events around Orange County, educating our kids, 1,000 kids today. I think now is the time, and time for action is right now. So I would be opposed to the substitute motion and move forward on the resolution at hand.
I'd like to amend the substitute motion and, or,
You can't amend my substitute motion is the motion on the floor. I'm the motion maker. And you can make a friendly amendment.
I'll make an, okay.
After that substitute motion goes down, then make the friendly amendment.
Okay.
So,
We
Go
have
ahead and call the vote.
We have a motion, a second.
Do you have a second?
Your substitute motion.
I just wanted to ask a question on your comment. So again, this comes back to, I think, what happened at the last meeting, which is you've had a conversation. None of this has been displayed that the Ramat Gan wants IGF to do this. Like that's the consternation that I continue to have is that, well, I spoke with these people and I did this and that should all be in the record, and it's not. And I'm not. It's not to you. It's that I've got to answer questions to the public, and if it's well, I had a conversation with them, and we, would agree. Again, we'd be lovely to have that in writing from them saying, we really want IGF to manage this for us, and there are folks that are going to be doing this. I have to be able to say, well, I heard it at a council meeting that was the case.
Well, Mr. Kalmick, I'll tell you, I could share my schedule with you, but I do many events with the Jewish community and AIPAC and the Republican Jewish Coalition. I've been a big supporter of Israel for a long period of time, well before I came to Huntington Beach. I've developed a reputation within that community. So I will tell you, I go to different events very frequently, and I see individuals that are involved. I happen to run across the Israeli Global Foundation. I've gone to a few of their events, and I've said I'm going to do whatever I can to help, because I think they're doing a remarkable job at teaching history, especially when it comes to the Holocaust, especially this opportunity. I think our relationship with Anjo Japan is fantastic for the people of Huntington Beach, and I think this relationship with Ramat Gan will be equally fantastic. And I'm not going to come in. I guess what you're saying is I have to report every person who comes up and talks to me when I'm out in the different events in the community. Look, people come up to me, they say, hey, would you be willing to have a sister city? Do you, Tony Strickland, support sister city? And I jumped at the chance because I think it's a great idea and I think it's wonderful for Huntington Beach. And so the minute I found out that there was an opportunity and that Ramat Gan actually talked about Huntington Beach, especially since we did it, I think we're the first city to support Israel after they got attacked. We've developed a reputation in Israel already as a city, and I think this would be good for the city, and that's why I don't support your substitute motion, and I support the resolution at hand.
Can I clarify the substitute motion, or can I ask a question to clarify it?
Sure.
So the items that you're striking essentially are striking the current or the presented formal relationship with Israel Global Foundation. Is that correct?
Correct.
But it would still allow for all of the engagement and education that has been discussed.
100%. And in addition to waiving room fees if we were at City Hall or wherever we would be having an event for them.
So at this point, it would take away the formal relationship, partially maybe because there's not a formal nonprofit status, and that not just because, but partially because of that. Is that?
I mean, a lot of it's the concern of it. Again, they've been an official agency for 7 months, 6 months. Again, like as a city, like we want to make sure that we're fiduciaries for the city. We want to make sure what they're doing, that we're organizing with legitimate agencies, which is not saying that you aren't. It's just your track record is thin. And so before we could get a 990 filed and get an actual IRS establishment as a nonprofit, that we could come back when that happened, and happy to put that back on the agenda.
For staff, are any of our other MOUs with nonprofits, do they all have all of that documentation?
I'm sorry, the documentation with regards to their,
The full nonprofit status at each piece of that, just.
I don't know.
Okay.
I would have to go back and look through
Okay.
MOUs. I can't answer that. I don't know if city attorneys, no, I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
If I might add, Israel Global Foundation, I want to make sure the citizens understand not a penny of tax dollars other than meeting space comes from the people of Huntington Beach. It's Israeli Global Foundation that's agreed to raise the money for student transfers and travel and things like that. And so you need, like we have with Sister City, with Anjo Japan, you need to have that formation, that organization to be able to do that so we can have a no cost to the city taxpayers.
Right.
Right. Which
And
is,
we don't have that yet, though, right?
they can't raise money right now, right?
They can raise money right now because it's retroactive to their IRS filings. And I wish the federal government did a better job at getting back to the people who are filing nonprofits for again, anybody who gives the Israel Global Foundation, when they get that IRS thing that's pending, it's already in there, they'll be able to have that tax write-off.
Okay. Is there a chance that it doesn't get approved? I don't honestly know. Like, did the IRS deny nonprofit statuses? Okay.
Okay, we have a substitute motion, and it's been seconded.
All right. Yeah, it was Galmick and Bolton. All right, we'll go ahead and vote on the substitute motion. Councilmember Mosier.
Aye.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
No.
Vandermark.
No.
Strickland.
No.
McKeon.
No.
Galmick.
Aye.
The motion fails.
So now let's vote on the
Before-
original motion.
So the original motion was made by Strickland, seconded by Burns. Councilmember Mosier.
Abstain.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Galmick.
Abstain.
All right. So the motion passes 502. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're now moving on to the public hearing. Does anyone have any ex parte communications to disclose on item 18?
I do.
You do?
Yeah. I spoke to the applicant. I spoke to the appellant. That's all I have for now.
Same. Applicant and appellant.
Same.
Same.
I spoke to the applicant and the appellant as well.
I have spoken with just the appellant.
I spoke with just the appellant.
Okay. Staff, please introduce your report.
Thank you, Mayor. Hayden Beckman, Senior Planner, will give the staff report.
Hello and good evening, Honorable Mayor and fellow City Council members. I'm here this evening to present a proposed project referred to as the Bolsa Chica Senior Care Community Project. I'm Hayden Beckman, project planner for this request. Following staff's presentation, the applicant, Tom Lawless, and members of his team will provide additional details about the site, project vision, and design. And to begin, the project request includes 5 applications. We have a general plan amendment, a zoning map amendment, a zoning text amendment, a conditional use permit, and a revised final environmental impact report, which I'll describe further. Before I dive into the entitlement requests, I wanted to introduce the project site. It's located at the southwest corner of Warner and Bolsa Chica Street. The site includes 2 separate parcels that combine for just over 3 acres in size. The site is outlined here in yellow and is currently developed with 1 2-story and 1 3-story commercial buildings totaling 55,000 square feet that would be removed upon implementation. Across Warner Avenue to the north is a Walgreens and CVS on opposite corners on Bolsa Chica. Across Bolsa Chica to the east is the existing Harbor Tire Pros at the corner and single-family residential to the south. The project site shares a southern property line with an existing Frontier Communications office building, and directly west are the Monticello residential apartments. The project request for the conditional use permit is to demolish the 55,000 square feet of existing commercial space and construct a new 4-story, 215,000 square foot convalescent facility on the site that includes alcohol sales and consumption at a maximum overall height of 49.5 feet, consisting of 159 total units, a subterranean parking garage, and associated hardscape and landscape improvements on a property with a grade differential of above 3 feet. There are 4 other entitlement requests that complete the project applications. We have the revised environmental impact report that analyzes the potential impacts associated with the revised project, a general plan amendment to amend the existing land use designation of the project site from commercial general to mixed use with a specific plan overlay, a zoning map amendment to amend the zoning designation of the project from CG to specific plan number 19, and finally, the zoning text amendment to establish the Bolsa Chica Senior Care Community Specific Plan upon the subject site. The subject site is currently designated in the general plan as CG for commercial general, and is shown here with the surrounding land use designations. The proposed project includes a request for general plan amendment that would amend the map to revise the site's current designation of CG to M, mixed use, with a specific plan overlay that provides for a range of commercial, residential, institutional, and cultural uses on the same site. Both the commercial general and the mixed-use designations are compatible with the land uses and development pattern of the surrounding area. The project site is currently designated on the zoning map as CG, commercial general, and is also shown here with the surrounding land uses. And zoning map amendment would revise the existing zoning map designation of the project site from CG to Bolsa Chica Senior Living Community Specific Plan, which is abbreviated as SP19. And this would constitute the 19th specific plan established or adopted by the City Council. This zoning map amendment would, via designating the site for a new specific plan, provide for the development of the site to ultimately create a cohesive senior care facility. The request for a zoning text amendment, as I mentioned earlier, will establish a Bolsa Chica Senior Care Community Specific Plan and will serve as the zoning ordinance for the subject site. It will be supplemented by the Huntington Beach Zoning and Subdivision Ordinance for provisions that are not addressed or customized in the specific plan. The draft specific plan has been modified to reflect the revised project through reduced height, revised on-site circulation, and parking layout, as well as the elimination of independent living units. The final application request is a revised environmental impact report. The revised draft EIR had been modified because the revisions to the project warranted new analyses, and this revised document provides a comparison of the original with the revised project. The revised draft EIR was recirculated for public comment for a total of 60 days between June 20th and August 19th of 2024. A total of 33 comments on that circulation were received, and the revised final EIR includes the response to comments and errata. In the analysis and conclusion, no significant unavoidable adverse impacts would result with the project. Any significant impacts that are identified can be feasibly mitigated or avoided through project design features, standard code requirements, and applicable mitigation measures. A mitigation monitoring program has been incorporated into conditions of approval for the conditional use permit. I'd like to now outline the differences between the original project and the revised project. Briefly, again, to demolish 55,000 square feet of existing commercial, the original project that was proposed in 2022 and 2023 was to construct a 5-story, 65-foot high convalescent facility with a total of 202 units. Of those, 102 independent living units, 72 assisted living, and 28 memory care. That original project included a subterranean parking garage with 189 spaces, as well as on-site indoor and outdoor amenities, with dining facilities and alcohol service. And that was on a site that, at the time, would have involved more than 25,000 cubic yards of excavation. In comparison, the revised project, which is currently proposed for your consideration tonight, would result in the demolishing the 55,000 existing square feet of commercial space and construct a 4-story, 49.5-foot tall convalescent facility that includes 159 units. That does not include any independent living units and will have 134 assisted living units and 25 memory care units. Subterranean parking garage has been reduced and revised to provide 82 spaces. There will be a total of 104 spaces on site. similar on-site indoor and outdoor amenities, as well as dining facilities with alcohol service. And this project involves only 12,500 cubic yards of excavation. Here are the north and east elevations of the original project. Again, this was the 5-story project at 65 feet overall. On the top is looking north along Warner Avenue. On the east is Bolsa Chica Street. Here are the same north and east elevations of the revised project, featuring a maximum building height of 49.5 feet. North looking Warner, and on the bottom is east along Bolsa Chica Street. It's a little hard to read, I apologize, but there is included in the plans a section drawing, and I wanted to outline it to demonstrate the revised project's overall height. First, a maximum overall height includes the occupied space and mass of the building. That would be 49.5 feet, which is indicated by the red horizontal line. And the roof line, again, measures 49.5 feet from the datum point as required by code. The specific plan does allow 4 feet of additional height for parapet walls intended to allow for screening of rooftop and mechanical equipment. This is the same requirement as is currently established in the zoning code. And the project would include a 3.5-foot high parapet to provide that screening. The specific plan also makes the same accommodation for an additional 10 feet in height that enables a single roof access stairway, which again is the same as in code. By comparison, the existing maximum height currently in the commercial general zone is 50 feet. The project would provide 104 total on-site parking spaces for residents, staff, and visitors. Depicted here is a single-level subterranean parking garage that will be constructed beneath the senior living community and provide 82 spaces, including required disabled and cleaner vehicle parking. The garage provides 82 spaces, and the remainder of those are provided on grade, 18 spaces of which are on the south facade and 4 on the porte cochere along Bolsa Chica. The parking demand for the project was analyzed in a project-specific parking study that compared the zoning code's parking calculation with current industry standards at peak demand. Current code would require approximately 118 spaces, whereas the parking study conservatively estimates that peak demand for parking would not exceed 96 spaces. This provides flexibility for the operation of the convalescent facility, and as such, the specific plan requires 104 on-site spaces. Senior living land uses generally do not generate demand to that of either a residential or commercial only project, and as such, the demand is reduced, as are daily trip estimates that evaluate the potential for transportation or traffic impacts. Of equal importance is access onto and away from the site, and this diagram has been modified to improve vehicular access to the site and provide more emergency vehicle access. A passenger drop-off area is indicated on the right-hand side along Bolsa Chica. That includes loading and short-term parking. All other vehicle access is provided in the southernmost frontage on Bolsa Chica with a 2-way drive aisle and surface parking. I want to also mention that there is a wraparound fire lane starting at the southernmost point that is the same as primary vehicle access. Bending around the corner, then heading north towards Warner would be restricted vehicle access, and there is an exit only onto Warner Avenue. At the September 24th, 2024 public meeting at the Planning Commission, by motion of Chair Twining and a second by Commissioner Wood, the Planning Commission voted to approve the conditional use permit and recommend adoption of the final revised EIR, as well as the general plan amendment, zoning map amendment, and zoning text amendment requests. That vote was 4-3. Following that vote, there were 2 appeals of the Planning Commission's action on the CUP. Appellant number 1 is Mr. Brian Thenis. He submitted an appeal letter dated September 27th. And the appellant number 2 is Mr. Brian Flynn, who also submitted an appeal letter dated October 1st. The responses to both of those appeal letters were included in the RCA. And as such, because the conditional use permit was appealed, it is presented to the council alongside the other applications as a de novo public hearing. That concludes staff's presentation. I, along with the city's environmental consultant, are available for questions. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Council members, do we have any questions? Does anybody have any questions? I know Mayor Pro Tem Pat Burns had a few.
I was going to, during our discussion, present my point of view, but I do have the question of, in their book, the little book that comes in, you showed a picture of, it's 36 pages. It's the, let me see, I got the name of it written down. It's the plan, their plan. And it says in there that it's 49.5 feet, but allowable 10 more feet in height. And you just said it was 4.5 feet, going to be 4.5 and 3.5 in another spot. What's the 10 feet in that book? What's that, the purpose of that?
Certainly, thank you, Councilmember Burns. So the 10 feet that I referenced in my presentation is specifically for rooftop access and rooftop access only. The stipulation in the specific plan is the same as what's allowed in current code as a development standard and would allow for either an elevator or stairs or both, but only those types of spaces to exceed height by no more than 10 feet. And sorry, second part of your question, you mentioned the parapet roof. So when staff identifies 49.5 feet as maximum building height, we're matching how it's defined in the ZSO. And so any habitable space would not exceed 49.5 feet. The code also allows up to 4 feet of a parapet wall to be added to the roof line in order to cover or shroud any rooftop mechanical equipment. That, again, is the same as in the current code. The specific plan follows that by providing for the same 4-foot allowance of a parapet to be added to a roof. And this particular project is utilizing that, but only 3.5 feet. So I apologize if those numbers were kind of overlapping each other.
Well, I also have the question that the previous proposal was 65 feet in height. Does that include the parapet?
That did not include the parapet. The 65 feet in height was the envelope, the habitable envelope.
And the parapet was even higher?
It was at that time.
Okay. I've got more questions during our discussion.
Okay. I would now like to.
I'm sorry, I have a couple of technical questions
just
before
ahead.
we kick off the public hearing. Thank you for the presentation and for the information provided. I guess like the three main questions that I would have are, how does this deviate from the current code? Obviously, our total code is for macro for the whole city, and when we get down to the granular level, some of these projects need special considerations that a variance wouldn't meet, the findings for variance wouldn't be met for a rectangular lot. So how does this specific plan deviate from what the commercial general is? Because it appears that commercial general allows a convalescent home under the current zoning, so there's obviously some tweaks there. So could you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, there would be some tweaks. The CUP would cover the land use, which is proposed to be a convalescent facility. But the specific plan, as a zoning overlay, would permit the construction of a building that, although it meets height, would be higher in its floor area ratio than what would be currently permitted under the general plan.
Could you explain floor area ratio real quick in Lego sense, I guess?
Sure. So I'll imagine my Lego set in front. Basically, floor area ratio is the relationship between the lot size, net generally, and the size of a building that would be on that lot. So when you have a floor area ratio of 1.0, for example, if you have a 10,000 square foot lot, that means that the code would allow you to construct a building up to 10,000 square feet should you comply with all of the other applicable development standards.
So you could build a one-story building that's 10,000 square feet or on the whole property, or a two-story building on half the property as well for lot coverage?
Yes, that's how the FAR relationship would work.
Okay, and for 1.5, you can build 1.5 on it over the whole, utilizing the whole property, or you can go up a little bit higher based on the height restrictions.
Based on height, yes.
Variations of that. So the FAR, which is set by the general plan designation of CV underlying this, how long ago, I'd say on a micro level, have we gone through on FAR for CV for every single use in our zoning code?
I'm sorry, could you reiterate that?
So the uses that we have, right? Mm-hmm. How long ago have we kind of done a holistic update on the uses of our land versus our FAR requirements? Have we done that ever?
Well, from a general plan perspective, when the general plan update was contemplated by both Planning Commission and City Council, that was, I think, the last large, broad view.
Kicked off in like 2014, but did it do a correlation between the FAR and the actual uses of the land, or more of just the general plan update?
I can answer that. No, it didn't. So in 2014, when we kicked off the general plan, which was adopted in 2017, the zoning code already allowed for a higher floor area ratio than the general plan did. There was an inconsistency there. What we did during the general plan update was bring the general plan FAR up to the zoning code, but we didn't evaluate it on a land use basis.
Okay. All right. So we did kind of one part of the equation. Okay, so we don't deviate in height from the code, but we deviate in FAR in this project? So it's slightly higher?
FAR is slightly higher. Now, for the purposes of the record, this proposed specific plan identifies a max of 1.75. The proposed revised project would calc out to be about 1.68 when compared to the CG 1.5 max.
Okay, and then is it something about setbacks as well? So setbacks against a residential or deviate from the code potentially as well?
There's currently a CG setback for height when you're adjacent to residential uses. It would be, I think, within 40 feet of a district boundary. The maximum height is 18 feet. And so that would not be a function of the specific plan in that it's its own custom land use document. And the other deviation that this specific plan would enshrine on the site would be a reduction in parking that's based on the parking study that was circulated.
Are you allowed to do a parking study in the regular CV zoning?
You can. In the commercial general zone, you would be subject to a CUP if you were requesting that the city consider a reduced parking ratio.
Okay, so you could have done that under the existing zoning as well. The existing building doesn't meet the setback requirement, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's the existing building on there, does not, okay. And those are the only deviations from the CG code as you see it?
Correct.
Okay, and so you would have, if it had, what, 20,000, if the project had 20,000 fewer square feet, it likely would have just needed a CUP from the ZA? If the setback,
approximately,
if the setback
and
changed?
the setback, yes. So it's
All right, that's all I have for now, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, I'd now like to open the public hearing. Do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Yes, we have 37 signed up to speak. Is there an announcement here or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Individuals wishing to provide a comment on this item scheduled for public hearing may do so by filling out a request to speak form delivered to the city clerk. All speakers are encouraged but not required to identify themselves by name. Each speaker may have up to 3 minutes unless the volume of speakers warrants reducing the time allowance.
Okay, and I'm going to, before I call the speakers' names, I'm going to announce that we received supplemental communications on this hearing. 2 memoranda received from our Community Development Director, Jennifer Villasenor, regarding the proposed Bolsa Chica Senior Care Community Project. If approved, noted as amended by supplemental communication, there was an exhibit that she included to a resolution that was already existing in the record. Letter received from Marlowe Neighbor Mole from Marlowe Neighbor Public Affairs, Inc., on behalf of the applicant for the proposed Bolsa Chica Senior Care Community Project. A letter from Michael H. Lafer, Palmieri, Hennessy, and Lafer LLP appellant regarding the Bolsa Chica Care Community Project. Letter received from Brian Flynn, Lazau Drury LLP appellant regarding the proposed Bolsa Chica Senior Care Community Project. Letter received from Elizabeth Hansberg, co-founder and director, People for Housing, regarding the proposed Bolsa Chica Senior Care Community Project. Letter received from Sarah Berg from Berg Enterprises regarding the proposed Bolsa Chica Senior Care Community Project. Letter received from Ryan Bensley, Principal LSA, regarding response to SAFER, and that's an acronym, comment on revised draft EIR. Letter received from Al Thompson from Realty Advisors Group regarding the proposed Bolsa Chica Senior Care Community Project, and 67 emails regarding this project. And I also, I have the applicant up first, and I believe that Mayor Vandermark has provided previous approval for the applicant to have 15 minutes to provide their presentation to the public. Is that correct, Mayor?
Yes.
All right. So the first 10 speakers, Tom Lawless is the applicant. Okay. Yeah. Christopher Hilbert, Amory Hansen, Jonathan Bonwit, Henry Goody, Heather Goody, Tom Pellegrini, James Philippin, Colleen Monell, Tom Dillman, Isaac Hagerman, Daniel Morgan.
Okay, you can go ahead and get started.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Tom Lamas with Hines. This is Christopher Hilbert with Clearwater. Thanks for having us tonight. Our main message this evening is that Huntington Beach has a need for more elder care, and we intend to build the best project in the city where seniors can gracefully age, engage in lifelong enrichment, and overcome social isolation closer to their loved ones. How did we get here? It's been a 4-year journey, and it's been almost a year since we last saw you. Since then, we engaged more with the community. We hired a new architect and redesigned the project. We held 2 4-hour listening sessions with the community. About 25 individuals showed up to those to share their feedback. The commentary was largely localized to the specifically planned Brightwater neighborhood. So what did we hear in those events? We listened to the community's concerns and we adjusted the project down by 30%. Principally, most concerns were around height. As mentioned previously, it was a 5-story building. We reduced the height to 4 stories, primarily 3 stories and a setback 4th story. That was a reduction of 24%, and that was to meet zoning code of a 50-foot height. We also removed the independent living units. There were over 100 independent living units. There was a significant amount of concern with regard to possible traffic associated with those and potentially masquerading as apartment units. Those were removed to take that off the table. There were concerns about construction duration and noise. We significantly redesigned the parking structure, which reduced the excavation on the project by 80%. That was able to tighten the construction timeline by 3 months. And also, that excavation process can be a noisy part of the operation, so that reduction of excavation was a tremendous add to reduce construction noise. There was also concerns about queuing on Bolsa Chica. We originally had the entrance to the project right on the street. We added an access road, and now the entrance to the parking structure is within the envelope of the building. So no longer would there be potentially cars queuing up to try to drive down into the parking structure. We boosted the setbacks, which was another request, and added more outdoor space. Some have mentioned the minor code setback deviation, but that is an improvement from the current use on the site. We're increasing the setbacks from what's there today by 17 feet. Here's a view of the current project on the right-hand side. As you see, we reduced the project massing materially. We softened the corner, and the project reads as a 3-story project from the street level with the 4-story setback, so it's not viewable from the street level. And we still think it offers a high-quality coastal design. Here's a rundown of all of the various metrics at which we made reductions based on the community feedback, 20 to 30% really across the board. We reduced the amount of units by over 40. And I just want to mention, it's apples and oranges to try to compare units per acre on a project like this. It's a commercial use, and it's not really relevant to compare a memory care suite to, say, a studio apartment. So when trying to make comparisons with regard to density on a units per acre, these are not standard apartment residential units. This is a commercial facility. It's worth noting on here, we did reduce the FAR by 32%, but not a single resident who showed up to those events I mentioned in December mentioned FAR. There's broad project support in the city of Huntington Beach for this project. We've received over 400 letters of support from every zip code in the city, as you can see on this map. There's still project opponents that are using misleading information to garner signatures, claiming it's a 5-story condo project as one example. These tactics are what they are, but the signatures, when they gathered using incorrect information, it's hard to believe, what the actual signature count could be. Also, when folks come up and talk about, likes on a Nextdoor post, when they have images of the Empire State Building, it doesn't really suggest the facts of what's actually happening here versus the letters we've collected. So, despite all the changes, what are we still hearing from some of the community? One, that it's still too tall, even though it meets the zoning code. A bit more description on the building. So the 3 stories gets to 40 feet, and that's the majority of the building on Bolsa Chica and Warner, again, that the community experiences as they walk and drive by. There is a 4th floor that is set back 43 feet, and that's all under 50 feet. This is a really important issue that's already come up is the FAR, because this is a minor deviation to code. So, what's actually happening with the FAR? Why the deviation? Why are we here asking for that? The primary reason is 40% of the building is devoted to non-living space. This is a 24/7 commercial project with elderly residents who require daily services for life's basic needs. Commercial kitchens, nurses' stations, wider hallways, extra elevators, of course, dining areas and private spaces to commune with the other residents. If you were to remove the non-rentable senior support areas, which do not exist in traditional apartment buildings, the FAR would be 1.4, which is within the code. After you factor in all the spaces that are needed to run a commercial care facility, that only leaves 22,000 square feet for residents. I know this is a complicated slide, but it's in the bottom right-hand corner. So that's 22,000 square feet that's reserved for dining and kitchens, lounge and private space, and activity space. The FAR ask is about 19,000 square feet. So if we were forced to get to 1.5, the only place that you could really reduce it would be in these support areas. And that's hollowing out the services for the individuals, and there's not an impact visually from the exterior that you would see from an FAR perspective. We would just be taking it out from the center of the building. Now, this FAR is within 10% of code, which is a low enough variation that often the planning director can approve such a deviation. Secondly, this is really important. The state of California courts have ruled that senior living properties need more FAR. Quoting from a recent court case, quote, "Special requirements of elder care facilities make it almost impossible to build them under regular zoning. It demonstrates how onerous it is to build housing for seniors when much of the building needed to support them is not rentable space." This is a well-known fact across the state. It's worth mentioning that Oakmont Senior Living is actually over 1.5x FAR. When we met with community members, they cared about height, which you can see and feel. No one was talking about FAR, which you mostly can't. We firmly believe that elderly residents who live in a building 24/7, 365 deserve a few places to dine, a place to relax and chat with their friends, a place to receive physical therapy, and yes, even a place to get their hair done and enjoy a few of life's simple pleasures. So the fact is, the existing zoning allows projects that could be up to 14 times worse from a traffic perspective, and that could be 50 feet tall. That's the existing zoning code. This specific plan effectively downzones the property and restricts it to one of the lowest impact uses. The notion to uphold the existing zoning code versus a possible specific plan is an argument for a worse outcome for the city. Lastly, there's still complaints about parking. The fact is we now have 2 parking studies that support the parking ratio. The removal of the independent living units drastically reduces parking demand. We surveyed all of Clearwater's facilities, and across their assisted living units, only about 10% bring cars. Most of the parking is for staff and visitors, which you'll see on the diagram here in purple. Our parking ratio exceeds others in the city, even those that include independent living units. With that, I want to wrap up. We totally understand that people will never support a 4-story building, and that's their right. The problem is it complies with zoning. Concerns over FAR or specific plans are arguments in search of a problem. Senior care commercial buildings are different and need more FAR. The case law supports that fact. The existing zoning is worse than our specific plan, up to 14 times worse from a traffic perspective, in fact. Not to mention state laws that permit affordable housing with minimal parking or possible height variances. The city zoning and general plan do not sufficiently accommodate modern senior living uses, hence the request for a specific plan and a minor 10% deviation on FAR to accommodate the seniors. We're asking for a vote for Huntington Beach seniors so they can age gracefully in place in a beautiful community surrounded by their friends and family, which now I'll hand it off to Topher to talk more about the people we're trying to serve here.
Thank you. I think it's important that we actually understand the building, why it's slightly different than others, why we have a slight variation on our FAR requirement. But at the end of the day, Tom has done a terrific job in helping to design and create a space for seniors in Huntington Beach. I'm here to talk a little bit more about the actual users. I want to make this personal. The average individual that lives in one of our communities is between 80 and 85 years old, largely single. Largely, they have transitioned into that space because they have 2 or more daily needs that they can't manage on their own. Daily needs are things like bathing, dressing, going to the bathroom, transferring from bed to chair, dining. These are folks that, generally speaking, need 24/7 oversight and support. The goal in creating these communities is to create an environment where seniors who are often alone and in their homes and don't have the same type of support that they might have in our communities, we get to focus primarily on 4 things: family, food, fitness, and friends. Why are those things important? Number 1, family. It's important to be able to age gracefully in place by being surrounded by your loved ones. Creating more space for this in the city of Huntington Beach is going to be critical. As we'll see later, the growing demographic surge of seniors is going to far outpace that which is being developed. Secondly, food. As I commented on earlier in a previous presentation, we create multiple dining venues within these facilities because in general, our residents will eat 21 meals a week here unless the family takes them elsewhere. So creating diversity in dining options is important. Fitness, we obviously have to create spaces for our seniors to move. And movement is tied both to not only to their physical fitness, but also their mental fitness. And maybe most importantly in this equation is friends. We create an opportunity for our seniors to participate in different activities that are pulled together and monitored and delivered by a professional staff. We talked about a recent study that compared the depression associated with being alone during COVID to smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day. I can't tell you what the science is behind that measurement, but I can tell you that solitary living does not benefit our seniors as they age. In addition to our unique dining venues, our seasonal menus, and our culinary experiences, we're focused on creating new and different variety so that our individual seniors don't become stuck in some sort of dietary rut. We are focused on providing positive sensory triggers for our memory care residents, which actually encourages them to eat. Without that encouragement, seniors tend to waste away. In addition to the dining, as we talked about, creating spaces for fitness where we can focus on their personal physical well-being, we can focus on balance, reducing risks of falls, and be focused on other occupational therapies, post-surgical therapy, speech and language pathology, and many other senior-based needs. The reality is I can continue to talk about our assisted living, what we do in an assisted living. We can talk about FAR and why it's needed or not needed, but I think ultimately I'd love to show a quick video of what life is like in one of our communities.
I just wanted to let you know that I think you are so beautiful.
I thank you so much. I think you're the one that's beautiful. Well, thank you. Aren't you nice?
I'm Italian. That makes me beautiful.
I try to keep up with all the creams, basic creams. Creams for the face. Lipstick and eye makeup. And a good hairdo. Just thinking good thoughts. Being happy. and satisfied with life. Just being nice to people. Smiling on the inside.
At the end of the day, yes, it's a building. Yes, some individuals will like the design. No, some won't. But at the end of the day, we build these buildings for our residents.
Thank you. Each one of the speakers will have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Bondwitz. I've been a resident of Huntington Beach for 16 years. This is a fantastic building. I love it, and a 5-acre lot. But using a shoehorn to squeeze this monstrosity onto a 3-acre is wrong. If you look at the outside envelope, the perimeter of this building from the street, it is 246,000 square feet is what we, the public, are going to see from the street. Yeah, we love our parents. We want these facilities around here, but this is the wrong spot for this monstrosity. This is high-density development. There's no way around that. You're voting today to change the general plan just to accommodate an out-of-town developer. This is just spot zoning for one single three-acre lot. The general housing element of our city code defines high density as more than 35 units per acre. This is 51 units per acre. The FAR is 2.16 on a 264,000 square feet envelope. The general plan says not more than 1.5. This is 44% larger. Our general plan says no more than 35 feet tall for residential. This is 54 feet if you count the parapets, 66% larger than residential code. So how do we know this is residential? The developer tells us this is residential over and over repeatedly in his documents, in his filings and website. Clearwater, who's going to manage this, list all their developments as apartment homes. They list them as apartment rates. They refer to their tenants as residents, not patients in a convalescent home. They make them sign apartment rental agreements. These are residential apartment units, so the residential code applies, which means this project must be compatible in proportion, scale, and character with the adjoining uses. Your vote tonight, either for or against more high density, has gone viral through the city. Thousands and thousands of residents across the city are watching this on social media. We love convalescent homes. They got to downsize this for this neighborhood. It towers over a one-story. You heard the woman here, Becky, she came up. She's got a one-story house right across the street. This thing is going to tower over her, tower over the surrounding area. They've got to, I beg you to please turn it back, have the developer tone it down a little bit, restrict it a little bit down in size, and we've got a winner here, or else go find a larger lot somewhere else in the city to put this monstrosity. It's just too big. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members, thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Henry Good. I'm a homeowner, actually 2 homes in Huntington Beach, resident for 35 years. Raised our 3 children here. They will continue to live here in the 2 homes that we own, as I unfortunately have been unable to stop the aging process, and someday I may likely need one of these facilities. I'd like to be as little a burden as I can to my family. This location is perfectly located between the 2 homes that we own. And I ask that you approve this. The developer has made significant changes to the original plan, and we're all getting older. We have to go somewhere. I'd like to stay in Huntington Beach. I'd like to be as little a burden to visit me as I can, and I'll be, if I am in one of those facilities, less than 5 minutes away from my family. I thank you so much for this time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Tim Hansen. I've lived in Huntington Beach for over 30 years, and I have firsthand seen how dementia and mental illness affects my in-laws. In the last year, I lost my father-in-law. My mother-in-law did the same thing, and I also have an 85-year-old mom who is starting to show some signs, and she will need a place to live eventually with some assistance. And I don't know if you watched somebody die from dementia before, but it's really painful to watch somebody deteriorate. And I think there's a lot of residents in Huntington Beach that seem to be getting older and older, and like this gentleman said, prefer to stay in the area close to family and their friends and live a decent life while they're gradually fading away. So I vote in support of this development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm here speaking in support of the Bolsa Chica Senior Care Community Project, which as a longtime resident of the area represents progress as opposed to the current underutilization of approximately 3 acres of valuable land. 2 years ago, my dad died in a rundown assisted living facility without much dignity, and certainly not in a city as beautiful as Huntington Beach. Money was not the barrier to better care for my dad, rather availability of space and existing facilities. Professionally, I've worked in law enforcement for the past 23 years. For 3 of those years, I investigated solely elder abuse cases. I spent many days in outdated, rundown, subpar, dirty facilities all over Orange County. Facilities that struggled to meet the state's stringent licensing requirements. Older facilities that attempted to retrofit their buildings into lockdown memory care units, often unsuccessfully, leading to dangerous and tragic results to their residents, our loved ones. What we have here is an opportunity to have a new, modern, up-to-date, technologically advanced, clean facility in our community, which we built with the safety and care of our increasingly aging residents in mind. Estimates are by 2060, a quarter of US residents will be over 65, and the life expectancy will reach 85 years of age. This includes my 75-year-old mother, all of you, and hopefully, and someday, hopefully far, far away myself. This building represents progress and forward thinking to the city of Huntington Beach. I ask you, please do not stand in the way of progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members, fellow residents of Huntington Beach. My name is Tom Dillman. I'm on the board of Cabo de Mar's HOA, representing 288 homeowners. In this matter, I'm also representing 2 other HOAs, Brightwater and Parkside Estates, who feel the same way that I do and a lot of other people do about how this needs to be downsized from 4 stories to 3 stories. I've also reached out and spoken to the folks that who run the 2 big apartment complexes, Cambridge and Monticello, and all of them definitely agree that the 4-story is too much. I've also walked around the site, went this weekend, looked at the property, looked at the parking, and the 4-story is just too much for it. None of us, I must make it clear, we are not against senior housing. We do want senior housing, but at 3 stories, not 4 stories. This last weekend, I went down there, which is on the weekends. I don't know if you've been down there, but most people, when they come to visit their loved ones at this facility, they'll be coming on the weekends. The street right here, Green Lane and Dunbar Drive, are the closest streets to the facility. As you can see, almost every single parking spot is taken at this time. If this facility is built, where the visitors going to park, and they're just not going to come in one car either. Anyways, the other thing I wanted to talk about was there's a lot of community interest in this. I've been following it for about almost a year, and the vast majority of the people I've talked to and seen online give a thumbs down to the four-story. In fact, a lot of voters who are looking to vote in the upcoming election tell me that they will vote against the people that are running against this, because even though they like your positions on other issues, you know, the library, et cetera, this is a vote that hits to home, because every single intersection in Huntington Beach, if this is passed, will be liable to this kind of spot zoning effect. And so people know that throughout the city of the Huntington Beach, so that affects them, and they are going to vote accordingly. So tens of thousands of people rely on you for leadership, and this vote, if you vote in favor of it, could tip the balance against you in the upcoming election. So think very carefully about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak with you tonight. My name is Heather Good. I'm a 25-year resident of Huntington Beach, and I'm here in support of the Bolsa Chica Care Center. Both my parents are in elder care in Reno, Nevada. My sisters and I moved them there to live near my sister because we couldn't find a suitable place here that would meet their quality of life needs. The proposed facility is exactly the type of facility where I would like to move my parents, and there's no other facility like this in Huntington Beach. I ask you to approve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Mayors. My name is Mr. Amory Hanson. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to the project at number 4,952 Warner Avenue. Many residents have expressed unique concerns regarding this project, including the size of the project, the lack of proximity of a hospital to the site, and the project's impact on the very close Bolsa Chica Ecological Reserve. I, too, share those concerns. Once again, I urge the council to vote down the project at number 4,952 Warner Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Colleen Morelli, and I own the Little Caesars that's in the building that they're going to demolish for the senior project, and I do support it. Jim has told me that he will help us all, the businesses, relocate in any way possible that he can help us. So I'm here to say I support the senior housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Isaac Hagerman. Ladies and gentlemen of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of our physician group, which serves over 10,000 senior patients. Research and our own experience consistently demonstrates the significant health benefits of well-designed senior living communities. These communities support a crucial role in allowing seniors to age independently as long as possible. Allow me to share a few relevant stats. Seniors who reside in senior living communities experience 40% fewer hospital admissions compared to those that live independently. The reason for this is clear. Having immediate access to on-site medical resources and health monitoring drastically improves chronic disease outcomes. Nearly 1/4 of adults over the age of 65 are affected by depression, a stat that increases among those who live in isolation. Senior living communities offer the services needed for us to see a 30% reduction in depressive symptoms. Fall-related injuries are the leading cause of both fatal and non-fatal injuries among seniors, and living environments with adequate support drastically reduces this risk. We see a 25% decrease in fall-related incidents among our patients who live in well-designed senior living communities. This not only improves patient outcomes, but reduces the economic burden on the city's emergency services. You have a unique opportunity here. Senior living communities like the one proposed can help prevent the migration of seniors out of this area. These communities provide support to families, giving residents the care they need while allowing them to stay close to their loved ones. This strengthens family connections and allows seniors to remain engaged in their community. In closing, a new luxury senior living community in Huntington Beach will positively impact health outcome for seniors, reduce pressure on local healthcare resources, and allow the city to remain a compassionate, supportive community for all ages. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Vandermark and council members. My name is Danielle Morgan, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Clearwater Living. Having firsthand experience in overseeing senior living communities, I can speak to the incredible care and the lifestyle we provide for our elderly residents, many of whom rely on us during a very pivotal stage of their life. I'm here to speak tonight to the growing demand for high-quality senior care in the Huntington Beach area. As our population ages, the demand for services that meet the needs of seniors continues to rise, making it essential for communities like Huntington Beach to adapt and provide appropriate care options. Although there are other senior care facilities in Huntington Beach, there's a variety of reasons for the addition of new senior living care communities. Most communities in this market are highly occupied, and they're not easy for the grown child living in Huntington Harbor to access. Whatever the case may be, new options are needed. I understand that development projects can raise concerns about potential disruptions or hazards to the neighborhood. However, senior living communities like ours are very unique. With the average age of a resident being 85, the level of traffic generated by our facilities is minimal compared to other residential and retail developments. In fact, these communities often become quiet, harmonious additions to the neighborhoods in which they are built. I want to clarify the notion of this project being an apartment. We are a licensed residential care facility for the elderly. We get our license through the Department of Social Services. We use this term home, apartment in our marketing materials because, let's be real, nobody wants to live their final days in a facility. We require our residents to sign a resident services agreement, not a residential lease. Senior living facilities not only serve the elderly population, but they enhance the overall community. They bring jobs, they support local businesses, and they foster an environment where families feel comfortable knowing that their loved ones are being cared for in a safe and nurturing setting. Once built, our communities consistently become a welcome addition to their neighborhoods and greater community. I respectfully ask for your approval of this project, knowing that it will meet a critical need for Huntington Beach. There is more than just a building here. It's a community within a community, and it will provide care, support, and connection for our most cherished members of society, our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jim Philippan. I am the owner of 4972 Warner, which is the property that sits on the corner that is the part of this development. I want to start by saying why. Why would I sell this? And why are we here today? Okay, I've lived in the city for 53 years, and I plan on living until the day I die. I'll be driving by that corner until I die. So I own a piece of property that is a dying breed. Drive around and take a look at the older strip centers. Ever since COVID, things have changed. If we don't realize what really is going on, we will be left behind, and other cities will continue to grow. I was going to leave it to my kids, but after COVID, things have changed. The only reason I'm fully tenanted right now is because I haven't raised my rents on any of my tenants in almost 10 years. I'm a user-friendly landlord that keeps them in business. If I was not that, I would be half empty or fighting to get tenants. If you drive around and take a look at the lease signs that are popping up, or the restaurants, or the Bubba Suites and these other things that have gone out of business and can't get replaced, there's openings everywhere. I don't want to be that. And I also don't want to be partners with everybody that rents in my place, because eventually I will run out as well. So why this project? Because this project is a project I'll be proud to drive by for the rest of my life and say, look, I was part of this project. Is it a money grab? Not by no means. I have other opportunities on that corner. Manny and I have other developers on that corner that want to do things that I would not be proud to drive by on an everyday basis. So that's why you have a company like Heinz come to develop something so first class and nice in that community. We have to really look at it. Parking is not an issue, that's perception. The traffic is perception. Little Caesars and Jiu-Jitsu has 150 to 200 cars a day that comes in and out. That's reality. I'm there every day. That's reality. Most of the noise coming against this project are people that live in Brightwater, which to me is absolutely, it's amazing. One of the most controversial projects in the city of Huntington Beach, their house is sitting on top of Indian burial grounds and wetlands, and they want to have an opinion on a project down the street that we need more greenery. I mean, they should have put mirrors in those houses. So what I'm saying to you is reality is we're a dying breed. If this project doesn't go through, what do we do? Look around. We're going to fight to get tenants in these buildings. It's not funny. It's actually what's coming. How many of you people drive into the old centers? Look at the restaurant that right there at Gong's, went out of business in months. Okay, this is what's happening. This is new. This project is a first-class project that I can feel proud to be. They did make the changes. We did listen. We are listening. But wouldn't you want a brand new, beautiful building sitting on that corner that shows progress? It's not going to be the only thing in the next 10, 20, 30 years. We're going to be growing. We're going to be growing. We have to tweak. We have to pivot. Every other city is drive around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next group of speakers, Paul Glunt, Alariza Merzay, Florence Kaplan, Jimmy Elrod, Brian Thanes, Holly Wiley, Chris Yelich, I'm sorry, Brian Flynn, Evangelo Doris. Come on down. Sorry about that. How did I say it? Okay, that's you.
Thank you. Go ahead. First speaker.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Paul Glunt. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach for the last 12 years. I'm not going to go over the same things everybody else has talked about. I think you've heard enough of it. It's a money grab by outsiders. It is outside the variances of the general plan, and most importantly, it's part of an agenda of high-density housing getting forced down our throat from outsiders. I just want to raise one final point that I haven't heard anybody talk about, and it's the long-term effect. This is just going to be the first domino that drops. The nature and the character of Huntington Beach is beautiful. It's magical. That's what made me move my family to Huntington Beach. Beach communities like Huntington Beach are special. And it's not just people who come to live here, it's tourism. We get over $500 million per year of direct investment from tourism. Over 4,000 jobs in Huntington Beach are paid for by tourism. I spend a lot of my time traveling to the East Coast and the Gulf Coast, and to use a phrase our ex-president has used to describe some countries, they're shitholes, pardon my language. They're shitholes because they allowed crappy zoning to build up giant high-rises that destroyed the character of all these beach towns. I don't want this to be the first domino on Huntington Beach ending up like New Jersey. If that's what you guys want, you can vote for this. I want to vote for the beauty and the magic of Huntington, and this is the first domino to becoming New Jersey. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Ali, and I serve as a property manager of the larger L-shaped building on the corner of Bolsa Chica and Warner. I'm here tonight to share with you the status of the office building and why a commercial office like this one does not work anymore. As you have all witnessed, since the pandemic, the office climate has changed significantly. People are working from home, and business owners are offering a different workplace structure. This has caused many older office buildings like ours to be vacant or underperforming. Today, this project is less than 45% occupied, causing a serious financial burden. This building is also 50 years old, which brand new office buildings render our older buildings non-competitive. Given the age and occupancy, the current state of this site is unsustainable. From the start, the owners have thoughtfully considered what else could have been done with this project. We were looking at uses that would be least intense, which is why we chose the care for elderly. And we chose the best companies to create something special here with. Hines is a world-class developer, and Clearwater Living has a demonstrated track record in providing quality senior care facilities. Over the last 2 years while processing this project, we received several unsolicited offers from housing developers and have been exploring other options as well, in the event a senior care facility is not approved. Other options include a variety of housing projects allowed under current state legislation. These offers are for a variety of different uses and include some that are much more intense than a care facility. Senior care stood out because not only was the least intense option for us, but most importantly, it will fulfill a need in the community. This project puts our community's elderly at the forefront, and we're excited for this project. The current use is unsustainable, and it will not remain. The intention of both owners is to sell the property should this project not move forward. We will need to entertain other offers. Although we have other options, we still feel confident in a senior care facility, and we do want this project to move forward. So we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Jimmy Elrod, and I'm a representative with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters and a proud resident of this beautiful city, Huntington Beach. I'm here to express my support for the proposed senior care facility. This project will create much-needed jobs for the local contractors, tradespeople like myself, and suppliers during the construction phase. And once completed, it will provide stable employment for healthcare and administrative staff. Moreover, the developer is investing millions in this facility, which will strengthen our community by adding essential services and generating significant tax revenue. This high-quality project will enhance Huntington Beach's reputation as a place that prioritizes quality care for all residents, especially our seniors. Thank you for your time and consideration. I urge you to vote yes on this project, which brings jobs, investments, and vital senior care to our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor Vandermark, council members. My name again is Brian Thenis, and I oppose this project. I oppose this project because it's a high-density development project. People have come up speaking in favor of the project. We're actually in favor of a senior care facility. But I haven't heard one person in favor of this project walk up here and say, I'm in favor of a high-density residential project. And Hayden Beckman keeps calling it a convalescent facility. Nowhere in the project plans, nowhere does it say it's a convalescent facility. It is a residential care facility. In fact, Miss Morgan, operator of Clearwater, she just called it a residential care facility. That's what she called it. If you look up the zoning code for RMH, residential medium density, it allows residential care facility, not convalescent, residential care facility. That is the only code. Now, we are proposing a specific plan, which is a clean sheet of paper. You got to start over. But you got to try to describe what it is. And since she calls it, and all the plans, all the EIR, the specific plan, call it a residential care facility, then units per acre matter. And 30 units per acre is what the general plan allows. The zoning allows 35 units per acre. It is a residential care facility. In fact, it's not even covered in commercial general. They call it a residential care facility. Commercial general says residential care general. So this is residential. This is absolutely a residential project. This is absolutely a high-density residential development that will set precedents for future development, because you will be able to go to land use element 1 and say, okay, it's compatible in scale and proportion to the neighborhood. This will start a wave of future development. That's what we're worried about. We don't hate this project. We hate what it's going to do to our neighborhood. We hate the precedent that it's setting. So if you vote in favor of this project, you are voting for high-density residential. It is, in fact, if you, Hayden answered the question, the floor area ratio, and he actually responded that the specific plan says 1.75. I mean, that's deceptive. The existing zoning, and the question by Councilman Kalmek was the current zoning, not the proposed specific plan.
Next speaker.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm Chris Yelich. I'm here to speak in favor of the project. I think all of us, in seeing the news, I mean, we've got a housing crisis. I mean, not only for affordable workforce, but really seniors. And I think this project would help provide for the city a great opportunity for people to have a great place to live. I can tell you as an aging baby boomer, there's, as people are getting older from my parents' standpoint and others, I mean, there's really limited alternatives. And we're going to see that more and more as the baby boomers get older, and I'm starting to look at it through my own lens right now. And I think this project would provide a great opportunity. If we look at the city of Huntington Beach right now, we have 200,000 people, almost 200,000 people in the city, and tonight you're talking about adding 159 more units. I think there's a huge deficiency. I think this project would help meet those needs. The project includes assisted living and memory care, and let's face it, one of us or our loved ones is going to be needing that, and having this type of project in the city allows people to still live in a beautiful beachside community like Huntington Beach. Going forward, actually earlier tonight I heard one of the city council members talk about, hey, we've got limited land here, and that's so true. And going forward, I think one of the ways that you can help solve the housing needs here is really through thoughtful density. And I think this project that you're contemplating tonight is thoughtful density. And again, you have limited land that's out here, and having a project like this, and again, I know people don't like to use the word density, but when you have limited places, I think this is a great alternative. So I would encourage you to approve the Bolsa Chica Senior Living Community, as it's been revised. Allow people that live here now to continue to live here, to have their parents, their grandparents stay in this community. So I'd urge you to approve it. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Holly Wiley. I'm a 32-year resident of Huntington Beach, and I live a half a mile from the proposed site for the senior living. I'm speaking on behalf of the development, and not only is it badly needed, the surrounding area, there are many, many apartment buildings that are 3 stories and higher underneath that 50 whatever foot limit. So as you drive around that area, you'll see commercial buildings as well as apartment buildings. So I think, this is a good use of the space. We need it desperately. I have elderly parents that would love to be able to utilize that facility and be close to me. So I'm speaking in favor of the development. Thank you.
Good evening, honorable council members. My name is Brian Flynn. I'm an attorney with the law firm Lozow Drury. I am not the appellant. I am here tonight on behalf of Supporters Alliance for Environmental Responsibility, who's the appellant for this matter. SAFER is respectfully requesting that the council not approve the project at this time due to deficiencies with the EIR. And I want to stress that SAFER's issues with the EIR, like other people's comments tonight, do not mean that this project or a variant of this project can never be approved or built here. It just means, in this case, CEQA provides a process to make sure that the city is doing all it can to disclose and mitigate impacts of this project. And in the end, hopefully we can emerge with a better project overall. So let's talk about how we could make this a better project. So the first issue I want to talk about is health impacts from project-related diesel exhaust. Diesel exhaust coming from heavy-duty construction equipment and delivery trucks during operation. The EIR did not make any attempt to quantify the health risk that would result from those diesel emissions. We submitted expert evidence that showed that those diesel emissions would result in significant cancer risks to infants and children in the surrounding area. And the EIR does not contain any quantitative assessment of that impact and therefore cannot claim that it's less than significant. And there's feasible, highly effective mitigation measures available, such as requiring clean construction equipment. It is required all over the city. Developers agree to it, city councils require it. Using Tier 4 clean construction equipment can slice the emissions by a considerable amount. So we would suggest to revise the EIR so that impact can be disclosed and properly mitigated. Similarly, there was no analysis in the EIR of indoor emissions of formaldehyde, that off gases from composite wood products. Those are used in trim, baseboards, cabinets, other similar residential finishes. We submitted expert evidence that there would be a significant indoor cancer risk because of that. The applicants claim there won't be an impact because materials will be compliant with the Air Board's regulations. I just want to note that our expert found that those impacts would be significant even if the materials were compliant with the Air Board's regulations. But again, there is feasible mitigation measures that can be applied. There is no formaldehyde added and low formaldehyde added composite wood products. That can be required of this project. And again, developers and city councils across the state have required that for their project, and it makes it a cleaner, better project. And lastly, we didn't see any discussion in the EIR of why additional renewable energy features like rooftop solar could not be incorporated into this project. I do know there's some electrical vehicle charging requirements, but no solar requirements. And CEQA needs the EIR to evaluate the feasibility of including that renewable energy. So it should be revised to include such an analysis and to include rooftop solar to the extent feasible. So for those reasons, again, we're respectfully requesting the council not approve the project at this time and to revise the EIR in accordance with our comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Evangelo Carantonis. I was the leasing broker for the prior ownership of the office building. I've also been in the commercial real estate business for 15 years and lived with my family a few streets away on Golden Gate Lane. I'm here tonight to express my strong support for the proposed Bolsa Chica Senior Care Community Project. I'd like to discuss my experience leasing this property and provide some facts about the overall office market to stress that this project should receive the support of council and the property needs to be redeveloped. When I'd handled leasing, there was almost no interest from the local community to lease office space beyond the first floor. Getting interest required bonuses for local brokers, months of free rent for tenants, paying for moving costs, and expensive renovations to each suite. Not to mention the cost to maintain the roof, common areas, restrooms, HVAC systems. Even with all the concessions, we cannot keep it leased or get new interest in the vacant units. This property has and will continue to lose value as an office building. It is too expensive to operate and too expensive to lease. The overall Orange County office market has unfortunately not improved. Rents are down in most office buildings, but the very best, and costs like insurance and construction materials are way up. Some of what were considered the best buildings in the market, Class A high-rise, sell for pennies on the dollar, have substantial vacancy and little to no demand from tenants. For example, last year, the office buildings within Bella Terra sold for 66% less than what it sold for 6 years ago. Losses like this are not sustainable and demonstrate the declining values of office buildings. I pulled some facts from the recent CoStar Orange County Office Market Report. CoStar tracks rents and trends in commercial real estate. Per CoStar, the vacancy rate in Orange County is currently 12.6%. Almost 160,000 square feet was given back to landlords in the last quarter alone. A couple of important statements from that same report. A notable amount of vacated suburban office campuses have been demolished for redevelopment. For example, the former office campuses of Brea Imperial Center, Inwood Park in Irvine, Elevate, and Santa Ana were demolished this year, making way for development. From the CoStar report regarding tenants, tenants in the market have demonstrated a preference for new, creative office buildings. Developments completed within the past 3 years have gained nearly 2.5 million square feet in tenant occupancy. Buildings completed 25 to 50 years ago lost nearly 5 million square feet in occupancy. This office building was built in 1978. Considering the lack of demand, the age of the property, the never-ending cost of repairs, it is not reasonable or sustainable to keep this obsolete office building on this property. It is not a question of if this property be redeveloped, but when. I cannot think of a better use than having a brand-new senior care facility community at this location. Senior care provides substantial economic benefits, frees up housing, and has less of an impact on the local community when compared to high-density residential, drive-through retail, or even dense medical office. I urge you to approve the proposed Bolsa Chica senior care community. It is a much-needed development that would benefit both our seniors and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening again. I'm just impressed at how there's really no disagreement in this crowd. Over 80% of what we're talking about, we will need more housing for seniors. That is absolutely true. I am just feeling it's quite ingenuine for people to say that there's currently a need when the number of facilities that are within 5 miles, to list them, we have Merrill Gardens, built in 1992, Oakmont, built in 2018, Ivy Park, I believe, is even more recent than that and has an ocean view, and Huntington Terrace within 5 miles of the project site. So it's ingenuine to say that you have to move your parents to Nevada or that it's going to be like a long distance to drive to go visit your parents if they're in memory care, because there are facilities right now. So we don't have to rush this thing. We agree that we need new housing for seniors. It's a great idea. It just needs to be compatible with the existing single-family residence homes that are there and even the apartments that are only 2 stories. This is not a neighborhood for high density. We know what happens on Beach Boulevard and over near Bella Terra when high density goes up. It just completely changes the makeup entirely. I understand some of the landowners here are in a hurry to sell their property. I have empathy with that, but at the same time, that is not our emergency. We need to consider everybody, not just a few landowners. And one other point I want to make is that this complex in no way is going to serve a wide range of seniors. The price of the units will range between $5,000 to $10,000 per month. You're talking about a very small segment of our senior population that will even be able to afford that. So that is the main problem is just the design. If we can kick it back, get it designed to where it is compatible with the existing residences, Brightwater, Cabo Del Mar, all the residents of this area would gladly welcome Clearwater to the neighborhood. We would love to have you as neighbors. We just need it to be something that's compatible with what's there now. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers?
Yeah, I'm going to call the last group. If I didn't call your name and you signed a green sheet, please feel free to come down, but there's been a couple of that have been repeated, and it's hard to know whether or not they've spoken if they haven't announced their name. So come on down, Marissa Jackson, Peter Spazov, Jennifer, Sean Jensen, Chad Weaver, Roy Engelbrecht, Adam Wood, Ryan Genovese, or Genovese, Becky, Ron Basnay, Tamar Sayabalian, Marlo Mole.
Go ahead, first speaker. Hi, my name is Marissa Jackson. I do think it's important to care for our aging community in a beautiful space, but I have talked to some of our businesses, including Electric Jiu-Jitsu and OC Spa, who are right on this space, which is being considered. Now, I am speaking on behalf of those of our residents and business owners who will be affected by this development. This, of course, is disappointing and disheartening to them. They recommend not approving this development. Please consider those of our current residents and current local business owners and how it will affect their livelihood and personal well-being. It will increase various traffic, air, and noise pollution in this area and will force some of our businesses to consider leaving Huntington Beach. Please consider keeping these concerns
and thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Roy Engelbrecht. I'm a 52-year resident of Newport Beach. I served 12 years on the Park, Beach, and Recreation Commission for the city and also ran for city council. So I know the tough decisions you have to make each and every meeting. 9 years ago, my life was destroyed. My world came tumbling down. My 65-year-old wife was diagnosed with dementia. It wasn't bad to start. 4 hours a day caregiver, okay? It got worse, 8 hours a day caregiver. It got worse, 12 hours a day caregiver. And I said, boy, I need to think about 24/7 care. I need to look at facilities. Where is Nancy going to go that she can get the care? Vivante Costa Mesa, Vivante Newport Beach, Ivy Park, Town and Country in Tustin, Huntington Terrace. Then they were building a facility at Bristol and Jamboree, Clearwater, Newport Beach. Put my name on the list. It was still being under construction. About 10 months ago, they called me and said, Roy, we're ready to open. Would you like to come and look at it? Sure. Drove in, walked in. I thought I was in a 5-star resort, a country club atmosphere. I moved Nancy there February 16th. She's been there 9 months. Everything they put in their brochure, they did. Everything they said they would do, they did. But the most important thing is that if I can catch a green light at 2 signals, I can see Nancy in 6 minutes. And all her friends in Newport don't have to drive more than 8 or 10 minutes to see Nancy. I hope that none of you ever have to put your spouse or a parent in a 24/7 facility, a good one. And I hope the Huntington Beach residents behind me never have to put a spouse or a parent in a 24/7 facility. But if you do, you want something close. So I urge you, do not let this opportunity to build a world-class facility that will benefit the city of Huntington Beach economically and benefit the residents of Huntington Beach emotionally. Please pass this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Chad Weaver. I'm a local attorney. I've grown up in Huntington Beach, been here my whole life with my 2 brothers who run a financial service practice right above Jack's. Our mother lives down on Main Street. She's going to be 75 years old in a couple weeks. I grew up in the harbor area, including Fair Marin, Trinidad, and Coral Cay. And there's, I think, one thing we can all agree, and I haven't heard anyone say anything otherwise, the harbor area needs senior living. There's nothing like it in the area. There's no question that it lacks it. And there's no question that in the area, the senior population is growing. We see very old individuals living in these multi-million-dollar homes in the harbor. They're not going to be able to stay there much longer. They need somewhere else to go. And we shouldn't have to force grandma and grandpa to go to other cities. On behalf of my brothers and my mother, who will turn 75 again, we ask you to approve this project. We deserve and want a facility where where she and others, other long-term residents can remain around their family. The only objection I've heard tonight is against this general objection of high density, and it's too high. This is a senior living facility. It's not high density. We are in need of senior living. And the height complaint is silly. The presentation you saw from Mr. Theens and the gang over at Brightwater just highlighted the point. Those high rises and so forth, this isn't high risers, and you all saw the project. This is a very beautiful project. It's not blocking anyone's view. The tire shop around the corner is not complaining about the view. Parking, again, another silly issue. The timely picture that someone took of a street That's not the issue. There is parking going to be there. And the residents are not driving, and they're not going to be parking their cars. The parking spots are there for the visitors of those residents, soon-to-be residents. The harbor area needs this project, and I urge the panel, the council to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. Happy Tuesday, everybody. My name is Brian Genovese, and I wanted just to say I want to thank Mayor Vandermark and the esteemed City Council and City staff for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a longtime resident of Huntington Beach, a real estate agent, and community volunteer. And being a community volunteer and all the time I spend with working with seniors in our nonprofits here, I see the need developing for a facility like this. So I'm speaking in favor of this project for the senior living project. I think we owe it to them to provide a good, solid space for them to live in. I mean, the gentleman just next to me just mentioned the need from harbor residents. There's quite a few seniors living in the harbor right now, and our average age in Huntington Beach, we're about a third seniors here in Huntington Beach right now, and a significant population of that is between 75 and 85 years old. And the target, I think the average age for the people living in this facility is about 85 years old. So in the next 10 years, people that are 75 to 85 are going to be 85 to 95. So we're going to start ramping up quickly on the number of people that need the facilities like this. And it's going to take time to build this. I understand it's not an immediate need today, but it's going to take time to build this thing and get it done. So I think we need to think a lot about, that going forward. Also wanted to commend our senior planner, Hayden Beckman, for doing a lot of hard work for us here. You guys get a lot of good information from these guys, and we pay them good money, the staff and these guys, to do that hard work and tell us what's going on and to work with the developer to mitigate all these things for us, which I believe they've done. I've heard that it's compatible with the current zoning regulations. There's no significant impact, and any concerns can be easily mitigated. So I think going forward, you guys can feel comfortable supporting this project. I don't see it being technically a high-density project, so you can feel comfortable in promises you made in your campaigns to anybody. And I humbly ask you to vote in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Adam Wood, 40-year resident of the city of Huntington Beach. We've heard a lot of different things tonight, but the good news is we've actually got the facts to back it up. A couple weeks ago, I was at a meeting with Councilman Burns. We all got a copy of this Orange County Progress Report from the Center of Demographic Research. It puts in very blatantly the numbers of where we're at as a city on our senior population. It's rapidly growing. 65 to 74, we've got over 21,000. 75 to 84, over 12,000. Over 85 plus, over 4,000 residents in the city. And we're sitting here talking about adding 159 units. We need so many more units for our seniors to prepare for what's coming. We have an aging demographic that we have not adequately prepared for, and this is a drop in the bucket. It is a great first step, but we need projects like this coming up every single meeting to be able to be ready for where we're coming. And it's unconscionable, really, to see some of the opposition that's come up and said, well, you can't see the fourth floor from the street, but we'll know it's there, so we need to get rid of this project. My gosh, 159 units. We've already cut it down from 202. We can't just slap the label of HDD on something and expect an automatic veto. We need to see smart projects come forward that plan for the future and the reality of what Huntington Beach is experiencing, and I think this checks all the boxes. So I hope you will join me as a resident in Let's Grow the City in a Smart Way. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Good to see you. My name is Jennifer Bullard, and I'm here representing the Orange County Taxpayers Association this evening. OC Tax is pleased to support the proposed senior care facility, and our mission is to represent Orange County taxpayers by ensuring that local policies are equitable and cost-effective and beneficial for the economy. The potential tax benefits of this facility would add to the city funds for critical services, And the current use of this property is not generating tax revenue at the highest potential. In fact, it only has a tax value of $360,000 and doesn't provide city fees that could be allocated towards essential services and community events. However, the proposed facility would significantly increase the tax value, providing a tax value of $8 million and really increasing the city's tax base. Lastly, as you've already heard, this project would bring jobs to the city and during construction as well as during operations. So with these economic benefits as well as all the community and housing benefits you've heard this evening, OC Tax is pleased to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, council members. I'm here to show my support for Bolsa Chica Senior Care Community Project. My name is Tamar Sayabalian. With my graduate and professional background in health education, and as a proud Huntington Beach resident, I support the concept of aging in place, whether in a home or a senior care community. The Bolsa Chica Senior Care will serve as a vehicle for this concept. My next door neighbor, a wonderful gentleman, and a type 1 diabetic in his early 70s, has recently been having complications of diabetes. Currently, he has help of a friend, but it is not sustainable long-term. He doesn't want to leave Huntington Beach, and he still wants to fall in love. For the aging population of Huntington Beach, including my dear neighbor and my parents and in-laws, it would be an asset to the community to have a new senior care facility that will reinforce aging in place, facilitate socialization, build friendships and relationships, and even fall in love, and ultimately maintaining or improving their quality of life. I firmly believe having a new senior care facility in Huntington Beach will be something to be proud of and an asset to the community, not a hindrance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about community outreach for this project. My name is Marlo Mole, for those of you who don't know me, and I assisted the developer with the community outreach efforts for this project. I just wanted to share a little bit more than what Tom said. He had mentioned a couple open houses. We held 3 open houses for this project. We also had a project-specific website and a project-specific email address for any comments and questions that came in. And over the course of this project, we did gain community support, as you can see here tonight. We had a lot of letters that we submitted last time around, and I just wanted to share, and you got it today from me, but I just wanted to share with you, these are the letters that we received just since the last time we saw you. So thank you again for letting me speak on this issue, but just wanted to show you the support that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Sean Jensen, resident of Huntington Beach, born and raised. I support this project. I have 2 grandmothers that were moved outside of Huntington Beach. We found a place for them in LA County because we couldn't find a place here that was consistent to the quality of life that they were living in. At the time, we were looking for a place. This project, to me, is a good thing because it gives back to our people. I'm shocked at the amount of people that came up here tonight, and they said that they love the seniors and they know we need facilities like this, just not in my backyard, or not now. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that's it. I have 2 left with Peter or Ron, and I butchered their last name, so I don't want to repeat it again. But I think we can close the public hearing.
Okay. So I'd like to close the public hearing now and open it up for discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Pat Burns.
Yeah, I just want to start. I'm all for the project. I have nothing against the senior living. Unfortunately, we got this handed to us, basically this packet of information last Thursday. And it is a mountain of very detailed, like, a lot of things to consider. And the more I read, the more questions I had about the project. And I'm going to start, kind of buckle up because I've got a lot of questions, but it was too much to have the developers or whomever stand up here and answer all these questions. But I've got all these questions, and for me to make a decisive, informative decision, it'd be tough without all these, most of these, if not, and some of them have been answered tonight, but not these. And I'm going to start suggested findings for approval, zoning map amendment number 22-003. And it says, commercial general to specific plan 19 is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies, general land uses, and programs specified in the general plan. And then it goes through a list of different descriptions, goals, policies, and stuff like that. But one of the main things is compatibility. And that I have not seen in anything I have read throughout these documents. It's an amendment, and yet it's not consistent with the goal. I mean, it's just not compatible. I don't see the compatibility at this point. Doesn't mean we can't straighten that out. Ensuring use pattern, in the land use pattern is consistent with the overall goals and needs of the community. Who has decided that? I haven't really heard the goals and needs of the community. There's just different views, but yet I haven't heard anything scientific, and there's a lot to consider in that. Ensure the development is consistent with the land use designations. Again, not consistent. If so, why amend the general plan for a specific plan? It's not, it says it's presented land use map including density and intensity. It's just not consistent with the area. And then goes into housing needs. The specific plan designation will be consistent with the general plan land use designations, in that its implementation will assist in meeting the overall housing needs. Well, Mr. Adam Wood pulled up this document, and I got it from the OC Progress Report, Center of Demographic Research. And actually, since 1919, Huntington Beach has lost population. We have gone down about 5.6 thousand in the last 6 years. By 2050, it's supposed to be even lower. We're going to lose another about 2,000 people. And in 21, 22, and 23, births have been less than the deaths in this city. So we're going to basically continue to decrease. And it's projected that our housing needs will escalate. So there's just a conflicting information. We're losing people, population, and not sure why we need so much housing needs. And although I am sensitive to the issue, I am surprised this will be a 85 at kind of average, which is 2.3 of our present community. And the other thing that right now, the average median, as of 2020, I'll say, from this study, the average median age in Huntington Beach is 43.6. But if we keep adding seniors, and oh God, our city is getting older, our city's getting older. Well, yeah, we keep adding senior homes. We got quite a few. We got one going across the street from City Hall right now. That's, I think, about the same size as that's proposed with this project. So I got a lot of questions in that aspect too. Compatibility again, number of, how many, they keep on saying, oh, it's going to add jobs. How many jobs are they going to add that'll opposed to being displaced from what's there now. I haven't seen anything, any kind of study, oh, it's going to offer jobs. Well, how many are going to get displaced off that site or that area from the businesses that are there, and how many are they going to be putting, taking the ones that are being relocated? Yeah, I've heard Huntington Beach is being gentrified and that the old people ought to move out their houses and need family homes. Again, I'd like to see some studies or at least talk to some people more than 3 days. Like I say, I got this Thursday evening, and with my schedule, I haven't had a chance to, I mean, I've gone through everything, but to really study it and understand it is tough. Maintain and enhance the quality of affordable existing housing in Huntington. How does it do that? I'm not sure how it does that. I mean, I've got so many questions. Changes to character and scale. How? Opportunities for housing. Well, is that by moving the old folks out and in? And how many are in Huntington Beach are going to move into this facility? Do we have any? You guys are in the business, but I haven't seen any studies or haven't talked to anybody that can support some of these claims made in this document, which is attachment 1 in the agenda item. Then it talks about walkability, transit that promote walkability. That's a whole nother issue that kills me, because now that is already a strained intersection. I hate going through that intersection. If I'm coming home, I got to go south through Bolsa Chica a lot of times, or I go by on Warner quite often. And it's walkability with 85-year-olds walking across those sidewalks. It's going to be dangerous for them in such a high traveled intersection. Not to mention, it's really going to kind of add to delays at that intersection for the old folks to get across streets like Warner and Bolsa Chica. They're big streets. It's going to increase, and really, again, that's a quality of life thing, not being able to easily travel through that area. So anybody coming from inland to the beach often uses that Bolsa Chica Warner to go south to Bolsa Chica or Sunset or even Huntington. And if you're going to Long Beach from where everybody in that area, you got to go down Warner to PCH and usually cut up Warner. Or you take Bolsa Chica all the way to Westminster. So that intersection is so critical to walkability. Isn't in the best plan for that. But I mean, I'd like to hear what the developers, where they got their information, how it's going to promote walkability. Facilitate the efficient use of land, allowing and encouraging commercial and residential uses on the same property in both horizontal and vertical mixed uses. Okay, I'm not sure how this project applies to that, but I'll tell you, I haven't seen any of those real projects like Elon. All those businesses are vacant. I don't see the mix on as described by that. And the project is quasi-residential. I am pretty stoked on hearing that it is a residence. It is, the people are going to pretty much live in there, and it's not a medical facility in the sense that people will be able to live freely. I know my old man, my dad lived in Leisure World. It was awesome that he lived on his own, and it was very nice. And my mom, she lived in Huntington Terrace for a while, and I loved that until she couldn't. And then, well, she was a special case, that woman. But yeah, she didn't take care of herself. But more pedestrians in my notes, in a strained intersection. That intersection's a pain. And then you're going to add van services to help the residents. There's more traffic. You know, you got a van and a sedan that's going to help them. How many van rides are you guys going to give these people a day? How many van is it going to add to the busy intersection? Then I've got just a ton of questions about the parking. You say, I think you mentioned that you're going to have some parking along Bolsa Chica. And I don't know if that's on the street you're counting, or is it on the facility itself? And if it is on the street, how are you going to pull up a fire engine? That turnout thing, if it's a drop-off area or a van pickup area for your to service, that 90% of the time those firemen park right in the middle of the lane, which is going to make traveling on Bolsa Chica very, very difficult. And there's all kinds of things that, again, not compatible to that area. It's just, I've got so many, I can go on. I've got all these, and I haven't seen any comparison studies. And let me see, then we go into the deliveries. How many deliveries will be given a day that will go around back? And I like the idea. I learned that tonight, only from speakers tonight. I don't see anything in the paperwork. I haven't seen anything guaranteeing that you guys are going to come off Bolsa Chica and swing around with exit only onto Warner. That I've heard somebody say it, but I don't see it on the paperwork guaranteeing it. And that was a major concern. If you're going to get deliveries off of Warner, what a nightmare. Because are you going to back in? Are you going to back out? That is just but you guys say now you're just going to pull out. It's an exit only, which is good. That's pretty cool. Except then again, if you need fire service back there, you got delivery trucks, and the passage won't be too easy, which also brings the deliveries back there. Have you done any noise studies? Because you got residences all around that south and west sides, and an 8-foot wall isn't going to prevent that noise and beeping from deliveries. You don't have I don't see any kind of record of how many or hours of delivery or anything like that that'll be taking place along that west side and that west side area. And let's face it, delivery trucks beep all the time because they back up all the time, quite a bit. The parking, I heard Mr. Lawless say the parking, that you reduce the amount of parking. Well, because to save the noise of the construction. And see, I'd love to meet with you guys about that, because I've heard that parking is very expensive aspect of construction. It's one of the most expensive aspects, and I could be wrong, but I need to talk to somebody, and I don't see anything that is contrary to it. But you're reducing the amount of parking immensely, and you give some figures that, okay, the employees this, but how many special days do you guys have? I'm telling you, I know that neighborhood across the street is strained already with parking. I remember when my brother lived there 20 years ago on Dunbar. No, 20, Jesus, it's more like 40. And it was strained then. And I can imagine now, and I'm sensitive to parking situations. I wouldn't go with it just for the parking type. And you're saying that you're trying to save the neighbors from the torturous construction of the parking. Well, I just got to say, at this point, from my experience and knowledge, you're probably trying to save more money. And well, I don't blame you for that, but not at the expense of the surrounding neighborhood. The surrounding neighborhood is a priority. And like I say, how many special events are you going to have there? There's Mother's Day, Father's Day, Easter, and other religious holidays, Christmas, Thanksgiving. That's if you get usually those are kind of high volume days. Where are they going to park? They're going to have to park all over the place, including already impacted neighborhood where they have their own guests. So the parking is pretty short from my feeling. Older, because we're bringing in more seniors, of course we're going to get older. If we're bringing more in from out of town, and I haven't heard any study that says how many are going to come from Huntington Beach. This is a residential facility, and we're going to take put seniors in there, but how many are going to move out of their home and go to this facility? Let me see, will be used to create, the need, let me see, includes development standards. Oh, yeah, it goes into suggested findings for approval, zoning text amendment 22-005, the next one. And it says it's, which includes the specific plan overlay, and it talks about how it's a general plan, which includes the specific, then use the general plan. I mean, we kind of touched on that from the very beginning when I first got exposed to this plan. We asked, please, out of respect for the neighborhood, we have never been, since I've gotten into this damn politics thing, I have never been against development. I have never said anything bad about development, but it's got to be responsible and respectful to the surrounding neighborhoods. And I got to say, from what I see in all this reading, without seeing any studies or anything, and hearing and talking to residents, there's a lot of issues that could be improved upon to make it more compatible, to make it more friendly and respectful through the community. And you don't, the traffic, it doesn't touch, like I say, I got a note here, traffic, that includes visitors, deliveries, fire, paramedics, public safety in general, just regular cars, pedestrians. And there's so many things to consider, but none of it I have seen in any of the paperwork that I can kind of come to a decision that it's being addressed and being addressed respectfully to the community. And then right here, policy LU-1C, it says reuse of existing buildings. Well, there isn't any buildings going to be reused there. There's a lot of statements like that all through this document, and I still got a lot to go, man. It's just, well, let's continue until I get tired. Ensure the new policy LU-1D. Ensure the new development projects are of compatible proportion, scale, and character to complement adjoining uses. Where in the heck is there a 4-story with an extra parapet level even close to that? I don't see it happening. Not even remotely around there. There isn't anything close to that, and that's what I mean by respectful around the neighborhood. Intensify the use and strengthen the role. Well, that's just a whole nother, I'm not even going to go into that right now. It's a joke. But range of housing types. Well, there's really only one housing type that's going in there, senior living, which I support, but yet, and again, it's some erroneous statement here that doesn't make any sense why it's in this document. A range of housing types is available to meet the diverse economic, physical, and social needs of future and existing residents, while neighborhood character and residents are well maintained and protected. Well, the existing residents, they're going to be greatly affected by this, whether it be traffic or anything. It's the parking, just the different. How many fire trucks are going to respond there per month? Are we going to have to add firemen to deal with all this senior living? I can go on, and I am going on and on.
Pat, you mind if I jump in?
Go ahead.
You done?
No. Jesus, no.
Do you want to finish and then have Casey? Why don't you finish first, and then we'll go to Casey. You finish.
Well, okay, and overall housing needs in the community. Now, we're trying to address housing needs with this project, then we're going to have to go with the HDD. We're going to have high density. FAR, high density, that's synonymous. Those are synonymous. Now you're talking some kind of semantics. The surrounding, adding to aging population, like I say, some of these are in these documents, the different issues. I've already addressed noise. They repeat themselves, their justification for these zoning amendments. So I try to skip those. Provide adequate housing sites is a goal. Adding how much pedestrian? I ask again through a different amendment change, the pedestrian traffic, how's that going to affect the quality of life for everybody, whether it be the seniors trying to cross those streets or the people trying to drive past them? Because I guarantee you, it's going to change the traffic pattern in that area. And then provide quality of life dependable service without negatively impacting surrounding uses. Who says? Who says? You're going to provide quality and dependable services without negatively impacting surrounding uses. Who says? I mean, where's the proof? I don't see any kind of study in here that says how it's going to be doing. It's superior urban design. It just doesn't make sense without documentation or explanation. And like I say, what kind of public safety? How often? How would they be blocking traffic in different areas, responding for the firemen? And I don't anticipate many police calls there. So the 89 parking spots down isn't, or 104, it isn't sufficient, I don't think. And then it goes into the other areas. Project before. Project need to build. Again, it says, would project be compatible to, oh yeah. Ensuring the new development projects are compatible portion, scale, and character to complement adjoining uses. Would this project be compatible to the houses right across the street on Bolsa Chica? There's 5 houses, single story. I think one might be a 2-story. But how are they compatible to the whole area yet across the street from them? Those people are going to be very negatively affected. Again, there's more information here, and my note says, whose opinion? There's nothing supporting some of these assertions in this document. Is it land uses from noise-sensitive land uses and from excessive noise and stuff? What excessive noise is anticipated? Nothing says what's happening with that, or what's an 8-foot wall, masonry wall would be installed on the project site's southern boundary. Operation levels would not exceed the city's exterior daytime, nighttime noise standards as established in municipal code. What about the west side? I'm telling you, I know from a fact that downstairs at my house, I used to hear nothing. Go upstairs, you can hear the people across the street talking like they were right outside the window. So preserve this character, scale, and quality established residential neighborhoods. Again, the scale is way off. The scale is way off. So I can go on. I've got page after page of different questions and inquiries, and that's just one. And then I go into a document I got today, and all these, the delivery, how many pull out, I got that answered. Will trucks have beeping while we're reversing, delivering? Will there be time restrictions? If done in front, will it block Bolsa Chica or the roundabout? And if they are delivering, will it interfere with any fire that have to? I've got a question about the setbacks. If it wasn't so important, if the setbacks aren't a big deal, why not build it in line with the general plan? Parking, 104 now. There was 159, I believe, before. Or 189, I think you said. But you got average, I don't know how many employees average. You got certain designated, I don't know how many, what's the average? I think I heard 10 out of all those residents. I don't even know how many residents. I know you say you have units, but I think there's allowable more people in some of those 159 units than just one. So I don't know how many you guys, from your experience, how many really guests, residents are you going to anticipate living there? It's not going to be 159, I don't think, because you're going to have probably double up, but I don't know how many. So I'd love to talk to you guys about that. Number of guest parking, like I say, you want, by the sounds of it, by what you showed me today, you're not going to have near enough parking when it comes down to the holidays or special events, open houses. I mean, I remember when my mom lived over there in Huntington Terrace. They were great. I love them. They did such a great job, but they had special events. And when those special events, it was hell to find parking there. And again, median age, you know, I think that was thrown out there. We're getting older. Well, yeah, I don't think all these people that are going to be moving in, 160 people plus, are going to be from Huntington Beach. So it's going to be bringing in a lot of older people. Oh, I got that. But I got a whole nother pile. So with that, you know, I'm for the project, but I'm also for getting information before I make a decision. And Casey, take it away.
All right.
Casey.
First, just want to thank staff for all the time, energy, and resources to get the project to this point. Same with the applicant. I'm in this industry, so I understand the effort and the resources and time it takes to get here. I think it's pretty clear that everyone likes the use of this project, the assisted senior living care community. We also know who else likes this use is our general plan, because this use is allowed in the current zoning of this subject property in our general plan. So the question I have for maybe Hayden is, if this use is allowed in our general plan, why is this project coming before us?
So, as I mentioned earlier, there is a CUP, discretionary land use approval requirement, and you alluded to the fact that that's currently in code. The applicant has elected to propose a specific plan overlay on this property to allow for certain deviations that would enable, in their mind, the most efficient operation of the proposed use.
Can you walk the community through, kind of briefly, what a specific plan is?
Certainly. So there is a chapter in the Huntington Beach Zoning Subdivision Ordinance that establishes procedures for specific plans. They are subject to the review and adoption by the City Council, so all of them are discretionary. And a specific plan must be on a site that is greater than 2 acres, but effectively a specific plan can be proposed to enable the development of a property that is quite literally specific to a proposed project. So there have been some that were initiated by the City Council that the staff then brought back for adoption. There have been some that were proposed by developers. And this application represents the 19th specific plan that has come before the council.
Okay, and then this question is for the applicant. I don't know if they want to come down, Mr. Lawless, but why do you guys need a specific plan for this project when this use is allowed under the current zoning in our general plan?
Can we get the slides back? Is that possible? Thanks. Thank you so much. I think the key deviations I want to mention to you are the FAR piece that we hit, because we're within the 50-foot height limit, so that's not a request officially. That's okay. Sorry. All good. So as we mentioned, the code permits 1.5x FAR.
So floor area ratio?
Correct, yes, and our project is 1.67.
And then I just want to walk the community through. So floor area ratio is the total building floor area divided by the gross lot area, or the area of the property.
Yeah, that's right. So it's a 200,000 square foot building.
Sure.
And so if you divide that by 1.7, that'll get to the lot area.
So current code allowed is 1.5, and you guys need what, 1.7? 1.68?
Exactly, 1.68, yes. So the reason for that, as cited in recent case law as well, is that city codes and FAR for senior living don't really accommodate all of the service areas that are needed for the residents. So if you look at a regular apartment building, they're normally about 80% efficient, so 80% of the total square footage is rentable space. Here it's actually only 60%. So that 20% of extra space that's normally rentable is going towards supportive service areas, back of house, commercial kitchen areas, nurses stations and the like. So without this code deviation, it's really hard to deliver all those services on this site. And that's why we mentioned that, there's recent case law that has found that in city zoning codes, it's difficult to deliver senior living projects with these FAR caps. The deviation is only 10%, which in some circumstances can fall under the planning director's purview for an accommodation. The other reasons we did a specific plan also include one other example. So the setback on the western edge where the apartments are, technically the height of the building needs to be lower based on its proximity to the apartments. However, in reality, we're increasing the setback from the existing use that's on the site by 17 feet. So while we're asking for an accommodation, it's an improvement to the existing. Those are two examples.
Okay, so basically, when you distill it down, the reason why you guys need a specific plan for this project is because the property is too small for the size of your project. Is that a fair statement?
I'd say in order to deliver the services that we want on the site and have a mix of assisted living and memory care and have the outdoor space component, we're unable to do it under the 1.5x FAR. If you were to find a site that was half in, we'd face a similar constraint.
Okay, so probably back to staff. The project just across the street on the northeast corner of Maine and Yorktown is the same exact project that you guys are proposing: assisted living, skilled nursing, independent living. They also initially had issues with their floor area ratio, but because the property is large enough, they were able to adjust their property lines, the parcel lines, to make it fit, and therefore they did not require a specific plan.
Yeah, that's a really interesting one. So because they control the office buildings and the senior care area, they were able to get around the code in a way, basically by saying, we'll use this area that's actually parking for the office and include it in our lot line, and then build our building pretending as if that's basically part of our site. But then we'll sign an agreement with the office buildings that they can park there. So effectively, it's part of the office site, but they were utilizing it in their calculation of the FAR. I think that's a good example of why they had to do that in order to accommodate the FAR.
But they control the whole property, so the property is big enough, right?
But it wasn't, because they had to go grab land from the office in order to actually get the FAR. Without that office land, they would not have been able to do it.
But they were able to get enough land to make it fit.
No, they had to get the office land to utilize it, and there's a reciprocal easement for them to park there.
Yeah, so they made the property big enough is my point, so they didn't require a specific
Is it
plan.
their land?
Yes.
Okay.
So the property's big enough. And I guess the reason I bring it up is, I've been in the commercial real estate industry for 18 years. Like, we build and renovate shopping centers, and I've never, ever pursued a heavy-handed approach of using a specific plan. As a developer, you know how much land you need for your project, and you pursue properties that are the correct size to fit your project. As an example, if I'm representing Chick-fil-A or In-N-Out, I'm not gonna go tie up or put in escrow a gas station property, which is half an acre, because I know In-N-Out and Chick-fil-A need over an acre to make their project fit. And so I'm not gonna go to the city and then request a specific plan to shoehorn a Chick-fil-A or In-N-Out into that property. Specific plans are typically used more for master plan communities and projects, not for like a specific property like this to spot zone. And for me, this is my main concern. I've been clear to the people that have asked me that is the use of a specific plan in this case is a red line and a bridge too far. Because like I said, when you use it on this one property, it casts aside our well thought out and drafted general plan, and it spot zones this property to increase the floor area ratio that is currently allowed, because again, the project's too big for this property. And as council members, it's not our job to make a project fit for a developer. It's not. So either make the project smaller or go find a bigger property. It's essentially putting 10 pounds in like a 7-pound bag. And because the specific plan is needed here, this, by definition, makes this project high density. It's unnecessarily high dense because the project is too big for the current property. And again, if the use is allowed under the current zoning, but the project is too high density that they require a specific plan in order to make it fit, that is the definition of being high density, right? In fact, this is one of the densest projects in the history of our city because it's abnormal to use a specific plan in order to increase the floor area ratio.